All right, all right, all right. Here we are. Chewing the Fat is live. We're back. And I got a very, very long time friend. And I even was like, I like to try to do like these funny intros when I introduce these people. And, some people might call this guy Mr. 499. Some people might call him the Devious One. I actually am going to say, a lot of people ask you who's probably the nicest person you ever met in wrestling that doesn't belong in the wrestling business, and it's this guy. Don E. Allen was
Wow.
too nice for the wrestling business.
They and if you ever saw me work, you might also say that I shouldn't have been in the wrestling business.
But
That's
now
nice.
here, I'm gonna drop a bomb on you. I'm gonna drop a freaking bomb on you because this guy is also the winner of the Oronical Super Bowl. Is
Yeah,
that right?
I won a couple of speech competitions when I was a teenager. That's true. I don't know where that came from, Bay, but that's
You know where that came from? Here's the crazy thing. After I announced you,
mm,
literally a half hour after I announced you as a guest, one of the people that's a big fan of this whole show and channel that I'm doing sends me a screenshot and says, "Is this Donnie? This was the front page of this of the I think News of Delaware County or the Daily Times back in the late '70s." I'm like, "Yeah,
could
it
be,
is.
could
It,
be.
it is." And then it turned out it was. And then he sent me the article, and it was a picture of you and your mom.
Yeah, yeah. I remember that.
That's amazing.
Yeah, how about that? There's some sleuth work.
Did
Dang.
were your parents that were probably so proud of you for winning the Super Bowl, were they proud of you as you become a manager
That
and
was
used it a wrestling manager?
that might have been the last moment of great pride. Um, Now they, yeah, it's kind of cliche, and it's probably true for a lot of us. But I mean, I was a wrestling fanatic from the time I was 4 years old, and I used to tell people that, you know, they kept waiting for me to grow out of it, and instead I grew into it further.
Into it.
Yeah, so it was probably not their first choice, but I was already doing the music thing too, and that they weren't. I mean, they weren't super thrilled about that as a career choice. And in the end, it wasn't a career per se, but an obsession that I managed to earn a buck at. So,
Well, hey.
and wrestling, I earned less than a buck maybe, but
Yeah, right. so,
but
so,
yeah, yeah, that's
so
crazy.
so you are a wrestling fan from 4 years old. I'm guessing family members watched it. That
They tolerated it. I had two older brothers, and
okay.
they were, both in the sports and music, not specifically wrestling. That was kind of my thing. I I just became obsessed with it early on, and that was old WWF
Okay.
days. When I was that young, and yeah, and there were people I grew up with that still remember me out in the streets as we're playing ball games and whatnot, and imitating various wrestlers and their moves and their warm ups. Uh,
Who who was your favorite wrestler like when you were a young kid?
San Martino, probably, and then when I got to be more of a wise ass, the heels became favorites. I still have a couple of really old friends who refer to me as Fred Blassie, um, who was a million years old already when I first saw him, because he was
What
right
was
at,
he working? Was he
yeah, he
wrestling?
was working, but it was
Okay.
right at the end of his working career. And but just, I don't know, it didn't strike me that he was old. It was a guy who was filing his teeth
Let's
during
say, did he
interviews.
have like a vampire gimmick or something?
Yeah, right. Well, that was the deal. And old WWF TV used to put a big X on the screen
Oh,
when
did
when he would bite people. Yeah, and
really?
I
Okay.
yeah. as a gimmick. It
Yeah,
wasn't. They weren't really being censored. That was them just trying to drum up business. Um,
yeah.
really, yeah. So
Interesting.
that had a big impact on me as a kid. I never bit anybody in a match. But, um,
As much as you wanted to.
right. Sal Balomo bit me
I was
once,
gonna say you were probably bitten a few times.
a couple, and a lot of amateur dental examinations were done. Yeah.
Uh, with TV cameras to get it all.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that was, how did that ever happen? I'm still not sure exactly. But very, very lucky in that regard.
So all right, this is going to be like a combination too. Of course, naturally, we're going to talk mostly wrestling, but we're going to combine your music in with
Hmm.
this as well because it's a very important part of your life, and a lot
Yeah.
of people that truly know you're a longtime musician, been playing in the Philadelphia area for many decades now.
Mhm.
So when did you musically start playing? I guess guitar you started with, or
Yeah, that I didn't start playing until high school, but I sang in
really?
bands from
Okay,
the time I was in fifth and sixth grade. I sang with high school bands.
okay,
Um, and then there was a period of time, adolescence, the voice was changing, and I kind of pulled away from it for a little bit. And then a buddy of mine on the high school wrestling team, when I was in high school, played guitar, and I started hanging out with him. And I started playing guitar basically because he showed me my first few guitar chords. I had not taken
oh,
lessons or anything. Um, and because I was already so deep into it, just as a singer and as a fan, um, it just came naturally. And so as soon as I knew three chords, I was writing songs and trying to get in bands as a guitar player. So that was in high school.
now musically, who was like your ones, like the
Ooh,
ones that really truly
uh, old school. My Bruno was the Beatles back then.
okay.
But I was because I had older brothers, I got introduced to a lot of stuff, and I had an uncle that used to take me to see all sorts of jazz shows all over Philly and stuff like
Okay.
that. Not that I was a huge fan, but just I was
Sure.
exposed to all this stuff.
Yeah.
And then teen years was Springsteen and Grateful Dead. Getting to see those guys and just I'm like, oh, I have to do this. You know, this is what I need to do. So
Were you like during your teenage years, as you're going down that path musically, and naturally you're still a fan of wrestling? Did you still have in the back of your mind, like, ever even considering going into the business somehow?
well, it's the way you phrased it is right. I never considered that I would become a worker of any kind. I
Okay.
didn't know the word worker, right? But I
Sure.
I always seemed like I was angling toward trying to get involved somehow. And yeah, indie wrestling wasn't a thing. And
Right.
and I was not connected at that point. I didn't know people who were connected. All I knew were the shows that I bought tickets to go see. And I used to have drag my parents or older brothers to take me to shows when I was really young. I mean, I
Hmm.
saw shows at the Philadelphia Arena at 45th
Okay.
and Market. So I go back that far. And then, and when the WWF started running the Spectrum for the first time and was at those shows. And yeah, I pulled away just a little bit um, between high school and into my early 20s because I was really the music thing was really heavy. I mean, there was
Sure.
times I was playing 4 nights a week and working a full-time job during the
Wow.
day, so there wasn't much time for anything else. Um, and then I met somebody who was starting to train, and I just met him at the gym. I started going to the gym to work out. Uh, my early 20s, I guess. I wrestled in high school, but I was never
Okay.
like a conscientious gym rat or anything like that. But there was a gym near me, and I started going there, and I met this guy, and we can start to talk names. It's he who we don't like to talk about, but you know. But
I mean, you can say his name, but
yeah, well, I'll just say Rebel, and
yeah.
didn't know him, but he was at that same gym because he was from the next town over.
Okay.
And we just, I don't know, somehow the conversation started, and I found out that he had just started training, I think, at the Monster Factory. So
Okay.
that was the first connection in. And there was one other thing that happened. Another guy at my gym was a videographer and a recording engineer that I met, and somehow he had hooked up. And this is really foreshadowing like crazy. He had
Okay.
hooked up with DC Drake
Hmm.
and was helping him produce a TV taping that Drake did with the NWF,
Okay.
National Wrestling Federation.
Right.
I don't know if Don was involved as I don't know if he was one of the owners or if he was just doing their bidding, but he was running the show. He was running the locker room, and he
Hmm.
was overseeing this whole taping that was done at the old Latin Casino in Camden, New Jersey, which was
Really?
by
Okay.
that time was like a rundown facility just about to close, I think.
And
But
that was like an iconic place for many years.
as
That
an entertainment venue.
it, if I'm not mistaken, so I always see stuff on Facebook about it in like history of Philadelphia. I think it was originally like in Center City, Philly, and then they moved it to Cherry Hill.
Right, right. There was a
Okay.
Latin casino in Philly. I don't know where it was.
Yeah, it was
But
downtown Philly somewhere.
and then it moved to Camden,
Okay.
and that was I got to go with. I begged him to let me go. I said I'll be a tech. I'll carry equipment. I just wanted to go because at that time I was the juices were starting
Hmm.
to flow a little bit, and I still
Okay.
had no at really except for Rebel, who I met, but
Yeah.
didn't talk to about getting into the business, at least not at first. But this guy was an in to something related to wrestling. Now, I didn't know any of these people because, again, there was no indie scene that I was aware of or part of. So I get to the show, and I don't know any of these people. Uh,
Right.
I think Larry Winters
Hmm.
might have been on the show. I know his early partner, whose name escapes me, but Larry had a tag team called the Beach Boys,
Right.
and
Right. Okay.
he had a partner whose name I don't know, um, and that guy was definitely on the show. And I'm not sure if Larry was there, but they were guys who were imitating essentially guys who were in the bigs. And I'm like, well, I don't know who these people are, but hey, it's a ring, and there's cameras. And I ended up doing I was trailing the cameraman who was ringside and helping with all the cabling and stuff, getting him around the ring. So
Okay.
I did that I was like a 4-hour TV taping. And at the end of it, I said, can I get in the ring? I always wanted to know what this was like. And they said, yeah, go ahead. So I go in there, and I took two bumps. I,
Okay.
I like I jumped up in the air and came down on my knees. I'm like, holy shit, this is hard, you know. And then I dropped an elbow and got some ring rash, some mat rash like right off the
Right.
bat. I'm like, whoa, what is this all about? Because you just don't know until you're in
Yeah.
there. You don't have a clue, and that really made an impression on me. And
You isn't it kind of funny and crazy that because two music guys. I was involved in music as well,
yeah, sure.
and and you were, I mean, actually in the scene and playing at that time. But you would think, you think musically, you're like, well, there's a whole music circuit where all these people are honing their skills and paying their dues before
Mhm.
they possibly make it and
Sure.
get that shot. You never, like, I never put two and two together and thought there could be that same thing with wrestling.
Right, right. And the deeper you get into it, there are more and more parallels
Yeah.
that
Oh,
they can
big time.
find. Dealing with bar managers and club owners, and you also in the restaurant business, I'm
Yeah.
sure you see those parallels too. It's a different kind of economy and a different kind of infrastructure,
Yeah.
and it was not like anything I ever encountered before. But I felt sort of at home right from the get go because I'm like,
Okay.
okay, these are entertainers they're athletes, but they're entertainers, and there's just this whole infrastructure around it that I didn't even know existed, because you just don't know, right?
Yeah.
So, um, yeah, so that was part of it. I felt at home around the people that were on the inside. Now, they didn't even let me in the locker room,
Right.
although I was
That's
sort of,
interesting though.
yeah.
That even not even getting into the locker room, but you already felt that comfortable.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this true story. He wouldn't remember probably, but so I have a chance to talk to DC
Okay.
after it's all over,
Hmm.
and I think I maybe was thanking him for letting me tag. Not that he had anything to do with it, but I thanked him for letting me tag along with my buddy Skip, and and I said, yeah, I've been trying to get into the wrestling business, for years. And Don said, I've been trying to get out of it for years. That is no lie. That is exactly what he said. And I tucked that away in the back of my mind for later.
That's funny. That's
True,
funny.
it's a true story.
I
Yeah.
believe it.
So that happened, and that was that first little taste, and the first time I was ever in a ring. Uh,
Okay.
and the timelines escape me right now, but in that same general time frame, Joel's radio show I discovered, right?
Okay.
Hi, Joel. Thank you, Joel, for everything. Um, and
Which let me say real quick, and before I get
yeah,
I for Goodheart, um, Hot Body, Stevie Wonderful, Jay Sully, Todd Gordon, all this week have reached out to me and said, please tell Donnie that we love him.
well, back at them all.
Yeah.
I mean, I could say and hope maybe I'll get a chance to say a little something about everybody there. But yeah, all those guys are. I wouldn't have been able to do what I did without each of their
Sure.
contributions for sure.
Sure.
And anyway, yeah, we'll get to those guys. But Joel's radio show, I heard them announce that there was going to be a public tryout for the Monster Factory, and it was going to
Okay.
be, yeah, and this is when they were in Lumberton, New Jersey.
Okay.
And I said, well, I'm going to go. I just want to check. I'm not going to try out. It still wasn't in my mind that I would do that. I said, I just want to check it out. I just want to go. It's a chance to be around wrestling, and I know Pretty Boy Larry Sharp. I see him on TV, and
Sure.
so I drove to this. It was in the middle of nowhere, and he had a number of different locations, I think, over the years, but this was in, I think it was like an old airplane hangar,
Yes. Yes.
and not much to speak of. It was in the middle of, I'm like, where am I going? It was in the middle of nowhere. And this was before, there was no GPS or anything. So I don't know how I got directions. I might use a map. But
I was thinking, I'm like, were you like sitting there with a map, like mapping it
yeah,
all out?
yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how I got there, but it took a while to get there. And I got there and I met some people. And I met Carmella. I met Tony
Okay.
Stetson was part of they ran some matches. The ring was actually outside. So I guess what
Okay.
they did was they moved the ring to the outside because it was a hot spring or summer day. And Stetson worked, and he's the one guy I remember. And I remember actually going up to him and saying, "Hey man, I really enjoyed watching your work." Like I was trying to just be cool
Yeah.
as I could be. And he probably won't remember that either, but he was one guy I went over to shake hands with and say I enjoyed it, trying to act like I kind of belonged. And Johnny Rods was there,
Okay.
and Scotty
Okay.
the Body was there because he
Yes.
was a Monster Factory guy. So I got to see him work before he ever went to Portland and started his whole career. I don't think there's anybody. Oh, Charlie Fulton, who was one of Larry's instructors. He was a WWF underneath guy,
Huh.
and he ran the Monster Factory in Ohio. Eventually, he opened up a
Oh,
branch.
right. That's
Yeah,
right. Okay.
but I'm sure the older, the guys my age will remember Charlie Fulton. But
Right.
for younger folks, just Google him. I imagine he's on there somewhere. I don't know if he's still with us, but so he was there, and he was the guy that was running the tryout. And they had only two or three guys that went in the ring, and basically they just had them run the ropes. I don't even think they took bumps. Maybe they had him do the do this and fall back.
Yeah,
They might have done that much, but that was it. But I got to watch some matches up close, and I think Carmella was there.
Okay.
I believe from Joel's
Sure.
show, because I remember speaking to her there, and Larry Sharp's dad, who's I think is he was a part of the proceedings. He was making hot dogs, for people. They had like a hot dog
The whole
boiler thing.
family
Yeah,
family
yeah,
business.
yeah. I think his name was Augie, if I'm not mistaken. Or that's what they called him. Yeah. But anyway, the whole thing was cool, and I met Larry there. And the next time I met Larry was one night when I got friendlier with Rebel at the gym, and he goes, I said, "Hey, man, if I could ever tag along, would they let somebody come and watch the training?" And I'm not sure it was. And now I know it's probably not something they wanted, but
Yeah.
he brought me over there, and also under the guise of I was going to talk to Larry about maybe seeing if I could train to be a referee or a ring announcer. And so I had a very brief meeting with Larry Sharp, and
Okay.
then watched some guys training. Uh, Charles Wright was there, Godfather,
Okay.
Soul Taker,
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
at the time. Although I don't even know that he had that gimmick yet, but he was training there, and Big Al, who I later became intimately involved with.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes. I had no idea he was a Monster Factory guy.
in the immortal words of Big Al, "Come on, Johnny, jump!" Um, yeah. Yes, he was. They. I think they called him the Sledgehammer, Al the Sledgehammer,
Oh.
I believe. But
Okay. Okay.
so he was there bench pressing. They had like two or three weight benches and some weights just lying around near the ring, and I clearly remember sitting there and seeing him, him and another guy benching.
Hmm.
But yeah, Charles Wright, Chief Thunder Mountain, who was a
Yeah.
huge guy with an Indian gimmick,
Right.
was one of the guys that was training in the ring, and oh, just some of these old names that people might remember from the Carluzzo shows, right?
Yeah.
Christy Edge Evans, I think, was there,
Okay.
and I don't remember who all else, and probably some guys no one's ever heard of since. But as would be another foreshadowing, at some point, Chuck and Larry had a conversation, and they had some sort of disagreement or something. And this all happened like while I was there during this one visit.
Rebel had a disagreement with somebody?
Yeah, I know it's hard to believe. And so Chuck says, "Come on, we got to go." And I'm like, "Oh, but this is cool. We got to go." So we leave, and the same night, we're already in South Jersey. We drive down to the shore. He goes, "Come on, I know another place they're training." I'm like, "Okay." So we drive down the shore. None of this was planned, and we go to North Wildwood
Okay.
to Attila's Gym, which I don't know if I don't know if there's still a gym there or if Attila's even still exists. But it was North Wildwood. I think it was like New Jersey Avenue or something. And we go, and it was a huge 24-hour gym, but in the back was a ring, a full-size ring. And we go back there, and it turns out that Joey Maggs, who was a
Hmm.
a worker from the Maryland, from Baltimore area, I think,
Right.
but cut his teeth in the South
Mm-hmm.
and had worked with this guy named Buck Robley, who I don't know much about, but he was an old school worker who ran a promotion, and then had and people might remember him from undercard stuff on WCW
Right.
and even WWF too. He worked TV shots for them. He was running the training thing down there,
Wow.
and so Chuck introduced me to Rebel, introduced me to him,
Now,
and
I remember, like, because Rebel's the one that got me in the business as
yeah,
well, and I remember Rebel telling me that actually him and Mags were a tag team for somebody at one point. I don't
well,
remember.
what Rebel told me was that when he found out about this place, he went down there himself and he just got in the ring and started bumping around and running the ropes. And somebody came out from the back and started yelling at him like, "Who are you? And what are you doing?" And it turned out it was Joey, but they didn't know each other. And
Right.
then Chuck sort of became his kind of a second in command kind of a thing, I
Right.
guess. Um, and so I was invited to train down there. I had to pay him some money, so that was the first time that I actually got in the ring and trained. Not that night,
Right.
but then we went uh, we went back, and I went back, and this was in the summer of. I really should have thought about this. I think it was summer '89,
Okay.
I believe.
So I guess Joel at that time, because Joel was like getting just he was promoting shows. I don't even. I guess
The
it was
first,
TWA
well,
when he was starting.
right. The and again, the timelines. I'm not 100% sure, but
Right.
I know that I think it was that summer, and I trained down there,
Okay.
and actually appeared. The very first show I ever even appeared on was at Wildwood Catholic High School that summer, whatever year that was. I
Hmm.
think it was
Okay.
89. And the Attila's Gym ran the
Hmm.
show. They promoted it. They had Dave Sammartino was on it. Nikolai was on it,
Okay.
and Davey O'Hannon, who was an old school WWF and WWF in undercard guy.
Right.
I don't know where he was from. I thought he was from Massachusetts, but maybe he was in the area. I don't know. And Dick Worley was one of
Okay.
the guys. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. And I had just begun training, and I was Rebel's manager, and I didn't. I got in the ring before and after the match, but I didn't do anything except manager stuff on the outside. But that was my first live show that I ever appeared on. Uh,
So at that point, like, so your first live show, you're doing the manager gimmick.
yes.
Did you think like to yourself, all right, I'm just gonna do a
Oh
manager
yeah,
gimmick, or like
yeah.
you said, like possibly a referee?
I was training to wrestle, but I wasn't thinking I was going to wrestle because I still thought there's no way that somebody, 5'4" to 5'5" to 5'6" when I finally got my boots with the lips. I just didn't. I still didn't see it. But what I did find out during those first days of training, I found out what a concussion is. B, I found out what it is to get knocked out because all that happened within the first day.
Wow.
Um, and I think I quit for a week while I recovered, and then I was like, no, I got to go back. So, but that happened. And I think it was Rebel again. Picks me up for a back to belly, and as we're going, he goes, "Tuck your chin." I didn't know what was going, and I didn't tuck my chin enough, and
Right.
and I was out for a second, and yeah, so that happened, but that was just the first of many of those. But at least from then on, at least I knew, and it was. I just felt like, yeah, I think I can do this. I seem to have an aptitude, for at least the selling part, and I took decent bumps, and I wasn't particularly I was decent, but I wasn't a super athlete. Um, I had the wrestling background from high school, so
Right.
the idea of being dirty and sweaty and working hard, close contact, and that end of it was not a surprise to me, and because I'd watched it and done it in the backyards and living rooms and basements my whole life, it was starting to make sense to me that maybe if they ever give me a chance to do it, I'm going to be ready. But I
Yeah.
wasn't thinking I was going to be doing it really.
You're now like you were getting involved in the business. Like, how many nights a week were you training and going down
Well,
there?
okay, so I'm out in Delaware County,
Right.
living. I'm working full time during the day, and then a couple nights a week, and this went on through into the winter time. A couple nights a week, I would drive all the way down to North Wildwood to train for maybe an hour. There was no heat in there by the time the fall and the winter hit. We'd go down there, and this place was open 24/7.
Wow.
But on a weeknight during the week, you go in and generally there was never heat on, so it's freezing cold, and you gear up and put on a couple sweatshirts and go in, and I would get beat up by whoever's down there. And there was some. That's where I met Walt McDonald. That's where I met Crybaby Waldo.
Okay.
He was on that first show that I was on, by the way. He was in a tag team called the Monks with another guy whose name I think was Butch. He didn't stick around, but obviously Waldo we knew for years and years.
Sure.
Sweet guy. And so those guys, they were both like 400 pounders, and they came out dressed as monks. It was kind of a funny thing. Some other guys that I came to find were part of the Larry Sharp's school. There's a guy named Dennis Allen down there who was a Larry Sharp guy, and I can't remember who all else at the moment, but that was that's where I trained. And then suddenly I think they just closed up shop. They took the ring out. Joey Mag started to be nowhere to be found after a period of time. So we were just training ourselves.
Okay.
But as long as the ring was there, I was driving down there. So I was making, it was about an hour and a half from work down there, and then it was a couple hours back to home, a couple times a week, sometimes 3, depending on my schedule. And once you got there, maybe you spent an hour and a half training, and then people went home. So, and then ringmasters. So that was nasty.
Okay, so the schools, Joel starts the school, and then you end up making the jump to ringmasters.
Right, because I heard about that on the radio show, and of course,
Okay.
Rebel also was, had his hand in there and was telling us about it, and
That's how I got involved. Yeah.
Right, yeah. And then they had the ring under the gym, in the basement of the gym up in Northeast Philly. I guess it was the Mayfair section. I can't remember.
What was the name of that? I was going to say, what was the name of that gym?
I can't believe I can't remember it, but I can't.
I can picture it clear as day.
And it was across the street from a Chinese restaurant, which I remember because we often used to go there.
Yep.
After training, or if there was a meeting there or something like that. I distinctly remember being in that restaurant with John Finnegan and maybe Molyneux and certain other people.
Sure.
Yeah. And that's where the opportunities really, started to multiply. And that's also where I met. Ultimately I met you there. Glenn Osborne.
Sure.
Hey, Glenn. And just everybody, and also other, bigger name people that would occasionally be there to drop in. That's where I first encountered the Pit Bulls, and trained in the ring with Gary and Anthony. That's where I met Boy Gone Bad, who was one of Carluzzo's guys. A guy named Mike Moore, who was he was like 6'6", 300-something pounder, who ended up having a cup of coffee in WCW as well. I can't remember what his gimmick was, but he was just somebody I was like, oh, I've seen that guy on TV, and he was there.
Bunch of people are leaving comments, which we'll get to, but I just want to throw this up there. Gigolo Joe Zanoli said, "Hey, Donnie."
Hey, Joe. How are you? That's my boy.
There you go.
Joe, when he was telling those stories about the Civic Center shows, and I remember like it was yesterday being next to him as they're treating him for this non-specified injury, and then finding out that they took him in the ambulance, and that and then tried to make him pay for it, or yeah.
When I tell that story to people, I just bust up laughing.
But it's true. It is. There's
it's 100%
true. But I was there. I saw it. Yeah, it was.
So
what
funny.
A great sell. He was an inspiration to me as.
He just said, "I knew how to sell."
That's right. But that's I didn't have. To me, that was maybe my main talent. Was that. because I was never going to blow anybody away with athleticism or tremendous ring moves.
So,
Um,
so when you get so now you make that jump over to ringmasters, do
yeah,
you now like go through wrestling school all over now with
yeah. I wouldn't really put it that way because
okay.
I think the people that were there, Ron and Larry Winters, and
Hmm.
of course Rebel, anybody that had experience at that point, they were essentially trainers.
Sure.
That's where I met Johnny for the first
Hmm.
time there as well,
Sure.
and Tony, and
Hmm.
so those guys became mentors in terms of that. But it wasn't like it wasn't starting from scratch.
Okay.
It wasn't okay. You work outside on the mats on the floor. I mean, we did some of that too,
Yeah.
because clearly there was plenty of room for improvement. And
Hmm.
I remember spending a lot of time outside the ring, just doing lockups and reversals and stuff. But it wasn't where they said you got to do that for 6 months before we even let you in the ring. We were in the ring from the get go. Um, because I had already had ring time, and then you had guys like Jimmy Janetti, who I
Yeah.
don't know how much ring time they had before, but they were such naturals that you know you couldn't deny them going into the ring because the minute they were in there, you went, "Oh, that guy can work."
Yeah. Yeah. It's
So
funny. Hot Buddy actually said, and I told this to Janetti. Um, Hot Buddy said to me, he felt Janetti was the best all around natural worker that he ever
mhm. I used to think of him as our Barry Windham
seen.
in a way, just the way he bumped
Yeah.
off the punches and stuff, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I just would look at him and go, "No, that's it." This was still even before I would know to look at guys' work um, analytically so much and be able to go, "Oh, okay, this guy's a good hand. This guy knows what he's doing."
Mm.
You pick up that sort of knowledge as you go and as you learn stuff. But I just knew. I just saw him take those bumps and was like, "Okay, I know this guy knows what he's doing." I don't know if he thought he knew what he was doing, but I,
He still don't know what the hell he's doing.
yeah. Well,
Do
hello,
any of us?
hello, Jimmy Janetti, and where in Florida he's in, right?
He's in Florida. Yeah, actually, he scared the living hell out of me the other day. Because we're still very very close.
Mm.
And the other night, I wake up at like 2 o'clock in the morning to go to the bathroom, and I have a text message from him from like midnight saying, "Hey, I'm on my way to the emergency room. I have pneumonia."
Oh,
I'm
jeez.
like, okay, and he's like, I have low oxygen levels too. I'm like texting. I'm like, are you all right? What's going
Mhm.
on? Where are you? And I'm not getting no answer. And then
Right.
I go back to bed. I wake up. I'm texting. Finally, he called me, and it wasn't pneumonia. But anyway, he's okay.
That's
He's okay. He's good.
I. I'm going to say the same thing I've said to him for 30 plus years. Stop smoking.
Thank you. It's the first thing I said to him. Please stop smoking.
I mean, the last time I saw him to tell him that was probably around 2011, but over the years, I said it to him many times.
Yeah, I talked to him again Friday night, and he said he's actually through this little ordeal. He's actually slowed down. I'm like, well, use that as a sign, please. I'm
Right.
begging you.
Were you always amazed at the guys that smoked and their cardio in the ring was still good?
Yeah, yeah.
I,
He was one of them. It didn't phase him.
I mean, cardio was something I will say that I struggled with it. I knew that I had to do cardio every day,
Yeah,
or whenever I was in the gym. And there was a period of 20 years and I know I never looked like it, folks. I realize that, but where I literally was in the gym 5 days a week. Um, Hook or by crook, if I had to wake up at 6 in the morning, go before work, because I just felt that if I didn't do that at minimum, uh, you know, 20, 30 minutes of cardio a day and lift, that I would get killed worse than I got killed.
right.
I just felt that inside. I said I have to do this to have a fighting chance to survive this,
Mm.
and that's what drove me.
So okay, we're going back to ringmasters. Um, So were you like there? I guess you were there when Sandman started.
Absolutely, it was the
Okay.
same, class, so to
Right.
speak. Another funny story. There's all sorts of things that happen by the grace of God here. Um, he and I went to the same high school.
I was gonna say you guys were from the same town, same neighborhood, or whatever.
I
Did you
now
know each other?
I did not know him. Now he was younger than me. Um, he graduated. I'm not going to use years here, but you all can figure out we're very old. But he graduated, I think, 3 years after me.
Okay.
Okay, but in my year was his brother Bill, his late brother Bill, who I did know. I didn't know him super well, but his brother Bill was good friends with a buddy of mine that I was not super close to in high school, but knew in junior high and middle school. We used to go to see wrestling shows together,
Wow.
and we grew apart a little bit, and I went to Votech half the day once I got to high school. So a lot of the guys that I was pals with, I didn't see them nearly as much
Sure.
after that because I wasn't around the school all the time. And but he became good pals with Bill Hack's brother. And so I remember once even seeing them on TV at one of the Spectrum shows that was live on Prism, on cable, the frontier days of cable, and seeing those guys in the crowd or walking near ringside or something. But yeah, I knew him, but just a little bit. But I didn't know Hack. I knew he had a brother, but I never interacted with him until I got in the
Oh,
biz.
That's
Yeah, but we of course bonded over
sure.
that. We knew each other, and also um, his brother Bill's wife, it I've, this all happened a little bit later, was somebody that my first job when I got out of high school, I was working at a telephone answering place, and
Okay.
I knew this girl from there. So it was just all these weird little,
Little connections.
yeah, yeah.
That's crazy. So all right. So um, you're now you're in Ringmasters. You're going through training and continuing
Mhm.
training. And when how soon then do you debut for Joel in the TWA?
I did, and again, the timeline escapes me. I I know that there was a couple of matches where I managed um, different guys. Well,
Okay.
oh, let me go back further. On the Temple shows,
Okay.
they allowed me to bring Rebel out to the ring for a couple of those shows, and also that's when I began working with DC and Hot Body.
Oh,
So,
so
so
that was early on.
well, it was not, the winter of '90.
Okay.
Someone will know this, but the Ringmasters thing started, and pretty soon after that started was the first McGonigal Hall show. I would
Okay.
not have gone to that show had I not already been doing something with them because I was in the back. I was already there as part of the team. So whenever that first Temple McGonigal Hall show was, I Ringmasters was already happening to my knowledge. Joel will know. Um, and then a couple of those shows, I took Rebel out to the ring as his flag bearer. I came out with with a rebel flag and was just waving it at ringside.
Oh, that's
And
hysterical.
but I was not allowed. I was not told to get on or in the ring. I might have even gotten
Right.
up on there. Oh, I did one other. I did that for him on one of Larry Sharp's shows at the Ocean City Music Pier. That was the other. That was
Okay.
my other early show. And again, I was only on the ring, but I wasn't in the ring for that, but carried the flag and was not allowed in the locker room, but was allowed to do that. And there was a guy named Big Hoss, who was another big
Yeah.
400-pound guy. His name, I think, was Gary. I don't know his last name. But he actually got me involved a little bit. I turned my back to the ring, was doing that, and he shoved me, off the ring. So that was my first real bump, although I just took it on my feet. But
Now, excuse me. Like even going back to the first show with Larry that you did when you went out with Rebel? Like,
Yeah,
were you just Donnie Allen? Did they announce you
yeah,
that?
yeah.
You have a
That was
gimmick?
already. I mean, that was my. That had been my showbiz name for music anyway.
Okay,
DONNIE, and I'd always been Donnie in the neighborhood. Not so much at school, but my old friends, knew me as that. And then I think the Don E may have come from Joel. Not 100% sure, but
see
there
that.
was a Paul E. Dangerously, of course, and
Right,
there's another foreshadowing. Somebody said,
right.
"Okay, you should be Don E. Allen," and I didn't question it. It seemed because it sounds the same, you know.
Joel had a thing with initials, like Don E. There was CN Red,
Right? Yeah,
and with
Johnny
Easy
O.
Rider,
How about Johnny
Johnny
O?
O. Yeah,
He and
yeah,
Glenn were gimmick brothers,
brothers.
right?
Yeah,
But they never
yeah,
said John Osborne. They always just called him Johnny O. So I don't
Johnny
know
O.
if people even got the gimmick, which was kind of weird.
Yeah,
But um, yeah, yeah. So somewhere, by the way, and I don't know whether it would still work, but somewhere in my archives of old videotapes, I have some video that somebody took at Ringmasters. The one time that Joel was in the ring and he was giving people clotheslines. I don't know if he'll
well, really.
remember this. Yeah, if I could find that footage and find a way to ever post it, that would be something to see. But I
I
do have
wish
it.
I had my. I used to have like videos from ringmasters of us training, and there
I
was
have a
also
little bit.
times. Yeah,
Mhm.
we used to go down, me and Janetti and Richards and Osborne. We used to go down during the day and train, and then come back at night. But we used to
Mhm.
video all that stuff, and I had all the videos of that.
Yep, yep. I have video of me and Rebel and Hack and Glenn, at least from one particular day or evening that I think I don't know who took it, but I have it, and I've never put it. I've never made it digitized it, but
Yeah, you got to
one,
digitize all that stuff.
yeah, one of these days. Well, when I get
Oh.
my social media manager to do all help me with all this stuff.
We're going to talk about that too.
Yeah, okay.
I want to get into that. Um, so, all right. So, at this point, you're getting all this work as a manager. Are you thinking to yourself like, I'm probably never going to wrestle?
No, no, it started to because when we trained, I was in there working, and we
Yeah.
would do tag matches and six mans and this and
Hmm.
whatnot. And I know that I said to Larry and Joel, I think, but I expressly remember, distinctly remember telling Larry, I said, "Hey, man, maybe if I'm managing somebody and we're doing a manager as part of the six-man tag gimmick or something like
Right.
that." I said, do you think it would be cool? And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, you know what you're doing now, and whatever. I mean, he wasn't like enthusiastic about it, but he didn't poo-poo it. He said, "Okay,
Right.
yeah, I think you could do that." So I did start aiming for that much,
Okay.
and and got to do that. I ended up in the ring at some of the Bar Wars shows and things of that nature. My
Who
first,
who was your first match? Actual match?
the first actual match where I went in there ring gear and not as a manager was a battle royal that we did
Okay.
on the parking lot of Norristown Ford.
Okay.
I believe that's where it was,
All
outdoors.
those he did his what were they, Car Wars that he called them.
Right, Car Wars.
Car
This
Wars.
this show is the legendary childhood Steve Carino seeing
Oh,
TWA
okay.
for the first time,
Okay.
and you know, et cetera, et cetera. I won't tell Steve's story, but I think probably all of us have heard him talk about this. And
Absolutely.
so that was the one. Yeah, it's now. I think it was Norristown Ford. It's now Conacelli. It's up there by
Okay.
Ridge and Chemical Road and whatnot at
I
Plymouth
used to,
Meeting.
I
I
used
guess you could call
I worked right across the street there at the before I moved here, for like 8 9 years. A small little used lot right across the street from there.
it. Okay, yeah, and there's a Guitar Center near there, so I've been
Yeah.
there a billion times. But that's where it was. Now the story on that one is that I broke my leg in the middle of that match. So
Oh,
yeah, that was the that was the first match, and yeah, we had like a 20 something man. Anybody that could get there that had been training, even if they weren't on the rest of the card, was in that. And of course, I mean, it was Merle, it was Ghetto Blaster and Johnny O and the Glenn. I have video of this too. In fact, Glenn and I, who were, we'd become friendly
sure.
through school, and he was out in the Western burbs like I was.
Hmm.
So, and we used to travel to a lot of the shows together, and there's funny stories about that too. But I have video of us, and Glenn and I were in the corner working, punching each other, and trying to get our work on. And yeah, I was stomping on. In fact, I was stomping on Johnny O in the corner, and I was taking a hop up off the second rope and coming down with the foot. I did it once, cool. Did it a second time, and when I landed, the leg hyperextended and
Oh,
cracked my tibia. So now, of course, I didn't know what had happened. Other than that, in the shock of it, you're not feeling any pain. I just know
sure.
that I went to walk to the other corner, and the leg was just flapping. Like there was nothing. It was as if there was nothing.
Oh, oh.
So I asked somebody to throw me out. Now, even then, at that young
I was gonna
age,
say, and he knew right then.
yeah.
I gotta finish.
And I think Joel, again, he might not remember this, but I think I remember him appreciating that. Yeah, I said, throw me out. I didn't just roll out. I thought, oh, I got to make this look good. So I got thrown out and somehow landed on my good foot. And then this place, our dressing room was all the way around the back of,
Of
of
course.
a large complex. And I was not selling, I was selling that I was hurt, but I wasn't selling how hurt I was. And I
Yeah.
remember Joel was actually, he was like this. He was watching the matches. I think he hit ring announce too, and he was watching the matches with his arms folded. And I limped past him, and he was just giving me this look. He was working too, right? And I had to. I hopped all the way around the building because nobody was helping me. I didn't tell anybody how hurt I was. And then got back in the locker room. I remember Hot Body. I was showing Hot Body my leg. I go, I don't have any. It's like there's nothing in there. I can't support anything. And Johnny, I love him. He goes, "That's it. You're done. You're finished." Now I don't know if he meant that day or in wrestling altogether, but that was his inspirational comment.
You know it's funny because I love Johnny. He now since we've reconnected, there's like a whole reconnection with everybody, and I
Yeah,
fucking love it. Like it's brought so much happiness to my life, like being in touch with everybody, talking to everybody again. But I'll talk to Johnny a couple times a week, and as we're talking, he always says to me, "I don't understand why you would even talk to me."
right.
He's like, "I treated you horribly
Right.
for years."
But you see, I didn't. And maybe some of this, Bay, I attribute to the fact, not that I'm mature even now, but maybe to the fact that I started so late. Not DDP late, but
Right.
not that far off really in wrestling years. To start when I started, I was not a kid, and so I think that I took certain things in stride, and that I had enough, worldly experience that I don't know. I just took people at face value, and I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of his personality, but I don't think he hates me. I think
Right.
that's just the way he observes the world, right? And I also knew that this was a guy that let me manage him and let me get involved in his matches and gave me opportunities. And to watch somebody close up generate the kind of heat
Yeah.
that Johnny could generate with a crowd. Now, maybe it's because he was letting so much of his, at the time, real personality come through. I'm not sure. I just know that sometimes I was scared for our well-being because he got people so fucking
He
pissed
did.
off at him.
He
And
really
it
did.
was a wonder to behold. And the longer you're in the business, especially now where you have heels that are afraid to have people get mad at them, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You look back at somebody like that who was so, who was so into his persona and was able to get people to react like that. I
Yeah.
mean, that's an amazing thing. And
True
so
heat,
to
man.
be, yeah, so to be up close near that was a blessing to me. I learned a lot. And when I managed at like our big shows at the Civic Center,
Hmm.
again, Joel, trusting me to go out there with Drake and with Woman, with Nancy,
Yeah.
and do that. And I watch myself, and I don't know where I got the balls to do what I was doing because I didn't have any experience to back it up, other than my lifelong, fandom and my own brain telling me, okay, this is what I need to do to make this work.
Right.
And to go out there and to see me face to face with guys in the front row and jawing with them and getting heat from them, um, not like Larry and Johnny and Drake, of course, but in my own little way, contributing to the overall heat and chaos. I
Right.
look at it now, I go, I don't know where that came from. I don't know how I was able to do it because by
You
all
were
rights,
hiding behind the glasses. There's
yeah, yeah, sometimes,
the
and,
mirror
and
glass.
a shiny jacket.
Yeah.
Used to call it my Michael Jackson jacket because, which I bought at the balcony at 69th Street in Upper Garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. When they used to have, they used
I
to sell rock and
I
roll boots.
I've interviewed the old owner, Mike. He wrote a book about the balcony.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yep.
I got it. Have you seen the interview I did with him?
No,
I
no.
got. I'll have to send it over to you. I
Okay.
love that. I
I
love
read an
that.
article about it in the paper at one point.
Yeah.
That he'd written the book and it was an interview with him.
I'll
And of
tell you
course,
what.
I knew his brother, a little bit.
Yeah. That book is one of the best books I ever read in my life.
Mm,
Amazing.
yeah.
Amazing story.
And I used to rehearse down there too, right at 69th and Garrett. So I spent a lot of time
Now
between
where
there.
at?
It was in the basement of a business right on Garrett Road, but that last block before
Yeah.
69th Street. Yeah.
There was a music store there that I used to take guitar lessons from.
Right, right.
Caruso's.
Yeah, sure. I knew
Yeah.
those people too. I
Yeah.
did some recording in there. They had a basement recording studio for a little while
Yeah.
too, back in the day. And
Yeah.
there's Down Under Studios, which is another rehearsal place
I used
on
to
the
rehearse
side
there.
of the
Yeah.
train tracks.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
subterranean
Yes.
basement, yeah, with no air. But
Crazy.
yeah, so
Like our paths were crossing and we didn't even know it.
right, right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny. It's so
Mario
funny.
Menounos,
Yeah, of course. Which Joe put up, Gigolo Joe. I got a stretcher and poor Donnie had to hobble to the locker room alone.
There you go. There you go. Well, we had to protect the referees. They needed you more than they needed me. So yeah, that was so that was the first match, and then I came back. I wore a full leg cast. I remember you talked about in your interview with Glenn, those meetings at Joel's apartment.
Yeah.
And I can remember going to a couple of those that summer after I broke my leg, going there in the cast, and on the crutches. I think one of them we had Sam Houston and Baby Doll. Were you with that one where Baby Doll was going to help make some gimmicks for some of the boys?
No, she was actually at the meeting?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Both of them.
I was not there for that, no.
Yeah. Yeah. It might have predated you, possibly.
It definitely predated me, but I remember talk of that after, like, that she was, making gimmicks and all for the boys.
Now, this I remember because I broke my leg on June 16th, 1990. That's a date I don't forget. So that summer was the summer of 90.
I had my tryout was July of 90, and my first independent wrestling show was Autumn Armageddon in September of 90.
Yeah.
I think it was like September 16th of 90.
Right. And I had just I got a little cast off in August.
Okay.
Earlier than I should have, but I begged them to let me get it off because I had a concert at Rose Tree Park out in India with my original band that had been booked, 5 months earlier, so way before I got hurt. And of course, I was juggling music and the wrestling at the same time.
and had to do gigs all summer in the cast, you know.
Wow.
But I begged them to let me take that off 2 days before that concert because I didn't want to have the cast on for this big, this big show. But of course, they took it off, and there was nothing left of my leg. It had atrophied, which
Yeah.
happens, right? So I could barely walk, but I could put regular pants on. so I ended up, standing in the mic and hobbling around, but at least I got to wear better pants.
That's funny.
That story.
That's
But yeah, so we had meetings that summer, and I wore the cast, and then I got the cast off in early August, and that Civic Center show was September that I got to be part of. So
yeah, because that was my first experience seeing you, and I remember being blown away by DC Drake's entrance. I used to love his. I mean, it was like a 20-minute entrance. You guys just getting the heat from the crowd going around the ring, and the song that Truett did for that was a perfect fit.
it was kind of I'm trying to remember. It's like a sort of a sludgy Black Sabbath-y
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Yep. And look, we had Nancy for them to stare at. God rest her soul. And and I just was bringing up the rear. Doing what I could to not get in their way, but to try to embellish or just add a little bit of something on the back end with my antics. But what a lucky break to be given that opportunity. It's just
How'd that all because at that point, I mean, you were being called Devious Donnie Allen at that point, right?
Yeah.
How'd the whole Devious thing come to be?
I cannot pinpoint any exact moment with that. It was a group think thing between Joel and Larry and myself, as best as I can recall. I don't remember an exact moment when we came upon that and said, "Yep, that's what it's going to be." But it just maybe they saw me do my gimmick, and that was parts of all sorts of people that I had seen growing up. I was doing a little bit like Captain Lou's walk and crazy wrestlers that I remembered with it. A lot of it was actually Lou Albano because he would walk and he would look around like he was nuts, and I'd seen other wrestlers do that too. Bugsy McGraw is a name I remember. Was another guy that was kind of half there, half not there. I guess Buzz Sawyer did some stuff like that too, although I don't remember specifically looking at him as a model. But it was mainly guys from when I was a kid that I would remember acting crazy, and so I would go out and I would do that kind of stuff, and I would try to do something knowingly bad, like trying to do something behind somebody's back.
Right.
And then as soon as I did it, I would try to act like I was scared that somebody saw me or something. So it was a combination of being devious, but then also being like a chicken shit in a way, which was just an extra way to get people on my back. That's so
like, oh yeah, there's Jimmy Snuka. I'm gonna grab him, I'm gonna choke him on the road when he's working hot body, right? What a cool thing that was. He was great with me. I mean, his story is what it is, but to have guys like that be generous enough to let you do a little something with them in the match and give them the opportunity to see that you could be trusted to do it. That's stuff actually makes me emotional to this day. But yeah, so that was kind of my mindset on it. It was to do nasty stuff, but then to act so weird and so chicken shit that people, they wouldn't even be so mad at me for the nasty thing I did, but rather, I can't believe that this idiot might actually have any influence on this match at all. I hate that kid, I want to see something bad happen to him. That was what I was going for.
It's funny because when you mentioned Lou Albano and you start doing that,
Yeah.
I way, I'm like, I remember you doing it. I'm like, wow, it all makes sense
Oh
now. Now
yeah,
I understand it.
he was a big influence in terms of his style in the ring. And and there was another guy, a very marginal worker. Anybody will tell you. And if you ever seen video of him when he was just a wrestler, you know, nothing much to recommend him, but
Right.
he had an attitude. And when he became a manager, he turned up the craziness part of it to
Mhm.
a pretty good degree. And
Absolutely.
so yeah, I definitely took inspiration from there. There's and I've told the story before. I think it was even in a magazine article. Oh, Bill Apter. I don't know if he ever would ever sees this, but thank you, Bill Apter, for everything. And he knows that I've thanked him a million times over the years for stuff he did um, to help me. But I just lost track of what the hell I was talking about. Hey, oh, Lou Albano.
Okay.
When I was a kid, 5, 6, 7 years old, and
Mhm.
well known in the neighborhood as the wrestling guy, right? Um, I, still to this day, I'm a pasty white dude. You know, I'm a musician. I like indoors with fluorescent lighting. I'm not. I don't go out to the beach and tan. It's just not my thing. So I'm a fair skinned cat, and they used to call me Captain Lou Albino. That was it was a nickname, and I told that to Apter, and he actually used it in some article that he did. So that is documented, but absolutely true. So yeah, he was a favorite of mine.
What was it like, during that part, when you were working with Don and Nancy?
Hmm.
You're you're outside, woman being well known from, her days as Fallen Angel, and then especially her
Hmm.
run at NWA and
Yep.
WCW.
Yeah.
And I mean, let's face it, when you like, even to this day, when I see pictures of her, I say to myself, woman. Like,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
the perfect gimmick. She
Yeah.
was a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because of her history, even at that point in the business, she'd been around it, and of course she was with married, or at least with Kevin Sullivan at that point. um, I sort of innately knew, okay, this is somebody that I'm not going to just sidle up to and get close to,
Yeah.
but I want her to understand that I understand what my role is here, and I want her to know that she can trust me, and that
Mhm.
I'm not an idiot. At least, I mean, I am an idiot, but that I'm not an idiot business wise to what
Yeah.
we have to go and do, right? So I just felt that from her, and she could come off a little bit cold and severe in some ways, and I've
Hmm.
heard people describe her that way. But once you knew her, and once you knew more about the business, you understood that she had to develop that to protect herself, as a
Sure.
lot of a lot of workers do, I think.
Yeah.
um, so yeah, she was awesome to me, nice to
Yeah.
me, encouraged me to go out and do my thing. We didn't really talk about it that much. I just, from the first time we were together, like I said, I stayed behind her. I tried to accentuate her thing,
Right.
and just constantly like, ooh, like
Yeah. Yeah.
play her up. And occasionally she would turn to me, and I would, if she addressed me, I would acknowledge her and whatnot. And otherwise, I just tried to kind of stay out of her way a little bit. And um, how lucky was I to be able to work with people like that. So.
Now, how about, fast forward 5 years later, when she's back now and she's in ECW with us,
Hmm. Yeah.
Extreme.
Yeah.
Did she put two and two together? Did she realize who you
Oh,
were?
sure. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Um, yeah, and I worked with. I didn't really know Kevin at all.
Okay.
He might have been on this. He was. I'm trying to remember. He was on one of Joel's shows.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, yeah. Because
I
remember,
believe so.
they were going to do
The Fallen Angel thing.
they were going to do it with, they were going to bring Glenn into the fold.
Oh, okay. That would
That's
have
what
been
they wanted to
really
do.
cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would have been really cool.
Yeah.
But I worked with Kevin. We did a thing with Sherry Martell in
Okay.
in ECW.
Okay.
I don't know if it had become Extreme yet. I think because
No, it's probably Eastern. Yeah.
it was 93, but
Yeah.
it was she was in a battle royal that I was in, and that was
Yes.
the one that Jay was in, right? With it
Which
was men.
I should. Jay Sully sent me a text message about that the other day. He's
Yeah.
still planning to get his revenge on you.
Wait, hey, I don't think he and I interacted in that at all. Actually, I mean, I've seen the tape, so I know that amazing flip bump he took over the
Right?
top rope. He was so tall that the way he did it, he just kind of landed on his shoes, like, okay.
Yeah.
It was classic. And of course, I did something with Angel in there. You know, I had her
Yeah.
body slam me and get rid of me, I think. But Sherry was in that, but I didn't interact with her. But then they had me as part of a whole thing that happened at the end of a match that she was having with. I don't remember if it was Malia Hosaka or one of the old school female wrestlers that you would see, you know, all the
Yeah.
time back then. And I think they had a match, and then Sherry was attacking people, and you know they sent people out to go to the ring to try to stooge her off and all this stuff. And I had to blade for this because Sherry was gonna
okay.
she was gonna hit me with a chair, and so.
Okay.
We were in the locker room just going over everything that was going to happen in the match, and Kevin sort of was he put the whole thing together. So there's a great memory. See, there's a million. I mean, to convey this to people who weren't in the biz, all of you
Right.
who weren't, that's like a cherished memory to me, and I don't know how to describe it other than to say there was just something so cool about being there and being with that group of people and having Kevin Sullivan turn to you and go, okay, and then you, like, me, sir, you know? I mean, in my mind, but of course,
Yeah.
I didn't say, not really, but just yes, you know, and telling me what he needed me to do. And I remember him asking me, he said, you're bleeding? I go, yep. And I think it was the first time I ever did, so I was a little nervous about that and had
Sure.
and Teddy at Rocco Rock made the gig for me because I didn't have a clue.
Okay.
But he turned to me and he goes, and then you zip. I'm like, yes, right. And just how
Zip
did
zip.
I get there? I don't know. You know, thank you, Joel. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, everybody.
What 1 minute you're Captain Lou Albino, the next minute zip zip.
I was very big on the Professor Tanaka sumo warm up thing that he used to do before his matches.
Oh, that's
The
fun.
kids used to imitate me imitating Professor Tanaka. I remember it was like it was yesterday. Out on the street, play football in the street. And they go, do Tanaka, you know. And I go, he used to do this weird thing where he'd bend over and then he would throw the salt, you know, in his corner. He would take a packet of salt for good luck or whatever. I don't know. Anyway,
That's hysterical.
yeah, it's a crazy path, but so and that was before it was before Nancy. I think Kevin was in with us, and Nancy was not yet for that ECW run. But when she was there, it was just hi, you know, hug and hello, and I didn't do anything really interacting with her except one match. I did one match with Kevin in 93 or early 94, and Nancy had to beat me up in that. But there was no, you know, Joey Styles did not sell that I had any history with them because it wasn't part of really what we were doing.
Yeah.
So I was just there to do the job, and Kevin worked very snug, and but it was cool. And then Nancy knew, because she knew me, she knew what she could do, and she was beating on my back. And this match is available online for people to see, and it's cool. It was tough. It was a tough one, but
she was like, I remember like it when in the Extreme days when I was there and she was there. I always happened to luck out, and she would always end up sitting like next to me as we were watching the monitor.
Okay.
She was always just first off like talkative and acknowledging, you know what I mean? And
Hmm.
a very, very nice person. And
Yeah.
I had no interactions with her before any of the ECW stuff and all.
Hmm.
And she always treated me very nicely, which I was very appreciative of.
Yeah. She was a little more relaxed. I felt, at least that was my observation in
Mm,
our locker room then than I remembered her being at the TWA stuff.
okay.
But again, she'd had, there was an extra 4 years of experience, both
Sure.
as a human and in the biz. And
Sure.
so, I guess she had evolved as well to a certain point. So she didn't seem quite as guarded. And to
Hmm.
your point, I mean, I didn't observe what you just described, but it makes
Yeah.
perfect sense
Yeah.
to hear that. So,
Okay, so going back to the TWA stuff, so we go through TWA, and then all of a sudden, we're and I ask everybody in these interviews that was part of TWA these same questions because I love to know, you know, people's thoughts and feelings and what was going through their head at the time. Because
Mhm.
it was something that was so traumatic and traumatizing to me when it happened.
Oh,
So
when it folded, you mean?
yeah, like
Yeah.
did you have like going into that Saturday morning announcement from Joel? Did you have any idea or any inkling that you thought anything would happen?
No, no. And if you're going to ask exactly how I remember finding out, I
Yes,
don't exactly remember. It may have been that I listened to the show, which of course I did, routinely,
sure.
or Rebel may have called me and
Mhm.
told me. I don't specifically remember, but I know that it was a surprise to me. Now, maybe in 2024, if all that was going on, I maybe in my mind I'd be thinking, "Geez, I don't know how we're sustaining this," or right, knowing
Yeah,
what we know today, and
yeah,
especially about the costs involved of transing in all these different workers versus tickets sold versus promote, all the things that we understand now. I
yeah.
didn't really, I didn't know all about that then, or at least I certainly wasn't thinking about it. So,
If I was, maybe I would have thought, geez, I don't know if we could, I don't know how we're sustaining this because revenue versus right outlay. But it was definitely a surprise. And I want to tell you, I want to state for the record, and I don't remember what the specific figure was or how it compared to what I was supposed to get. But at some point within the year after that happened, I got a check for some amount, nothing big, but I had sold tickets for that show, as
Oh,
many of us did, I think. Right? I had sold some tickets, and I got some money back. And I don't think it was from Joel per se. I think it was from the Civic Center or some other concern. But I did. I got like a check for $70 or something. Like, whoa,
huh,
because there was supposed to be something, coming back to us. I don't remember the circumstances beyond that, but I absolutely did get that. So I don't know
huh.
if it was anybody else's experience,
Interesting.
or how it
Very interesting.
happened, or whether there was something with the state athletic commission and the civic
Probably,
center.
yeah.
Who knows? I don't really know. Maybe Joel knows more about that. I'm not sure, but yeah. So I
Interesting.
think I heard somebody say, "Oh, that they lost money or something or other." I don't know. Somewhere along the way, I thought I heard that. So just thought I'd state that.
Hmm. Did do you remember then when you found out about the new thing with Todd and ECW starting, or were
Yeah,
you were you at the skating rink when we met at the skating rink for the announcement?
I was. I think that I was. I know that
I
I
kind
went
of
to
think
the
you
rink
were.
and see it because I'd become friendly with Bob and Lex.
Yeah,
Um, again, don't know if they're watching, but hi guys, we're overdue to say hello for a long time.
absolutely.
And again, I can't overstate. Not everybody will say it, of course, how much they meant to what we did on the business side. But to me personally, um, you know, their friendship and the help that they gave me and 100 different ways.
Yeah.
It's not
Again, when we say
by me, so I love them both.
when we say too nice for the wrestling business, Bob and Lex.
Yeah, you can put them. I mean, I don't even know that I belong in that category, but I would put them in that category for sure. Yeah. And that's not to say that anybody I would say that about is in no way to say that anybody is what's a word like I don't use the mark word. It's like a patsy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just somebody who understands what's going on and yet is still genuinely, a
good person.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. So yeah, but it may be that connection. I don't specifically remember how I knew and
how. Todd. I had known Todd as well because we.
I don't remember if it was before or after
Joel, but I'm thinking it was still Joel time when we did the
first visit to the Variety Club camp and put on a show.
Yeah,
we did 2 or 3 times, and Todd, of course, was involved with Variety Club or was the chairman of the board or something,
president or something. Yeah,
right, for a period of time. And so we went to this camp, this sort of rural place up in Upper Montgomery County, and set the ring up.
Where was that? That was where my tryout was.
At the Variety Club, one of those shows
for Todd. That it was me and Pat against Richards and the Delaware Dynamo. That was our tryout match for
Todd. Well, we that probably was the last one then, because I know I was okay. So I think I know that because I have video of that. Again, it's not digitized, but I worked Giannetti.
Okay.
At one of those, there's a singles match of me and him, he and I, and then another year I worked a singles match against Tommy Cairo, and then on the third one, so I'm sure I was there for you, for what you did. I did a tag match. I think it was myself, and do you remember a guy called the Anchor?
Yes, of course.
Bald guy.
I just talked to his ex-wife. She was the one that got me hooked up with Stevie Wonderful.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
there's a guy I haven't even thought of in 30 years. But
he's like I think living in Portland or something now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how. I don't know anything really about him, or I don't remember anything about him except that I remember him being sort of a bald guy, about my size, solid.
Yeah.
I can't remember his ability in the ring at all.
Psycho Sailor.
You're right, but I think it was he and I against Belomo and maybe Glenn, because I remember working up there against Glenn, both in a battle. We did a battle royal on one of them at least, and then I think it was a tag match, and I think it might have been Glenn and Sal. Not 100% sure. But so I was on three of those. But if you can imagine, I worked a singles match against Tommy Cairo, which is kind of, and that was part of his tryout because he and Nunzio, Guido, Damien Stone, or Jimmy, he was on there too. He was there and he worked a match against Cairo, and also worked against Cairo at the Chestnut Cabaret, one of our shows there. So again, my memory of the time,
and they brought the Kodiak Bear in.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and also I think the Italian guy who ran ISPW or something up in Gino Caruso, I think.
Yes, Caruso. Yeah.
I think that was his ring name.
Yeah. Wow.
He and Kodiak came down.
Yes.
Together, I think. Yeah. So it's blurry to me as to the dates and when it may have been a TWA show versus an Eastern show.
Mm-hmm.
That's all kind of blurry, but 3 shows at the Variety Club camp. And I remember one of them was the same day as a Civic Center show, because I remember driving with.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because we went from there and I was driving with Bob and Lex and Sal Balomo, and we drove from Variety Club down to the Civic Center.
Wow.
So there was an interesting car ride road trip.
I can imagine. That's
And,
funny.
yeah. So
Were you okay? So let me ask you this. So another question I ask all the TWA / early ECW guys. Were you a fan of the TWA product?
yeah, I don't know if I ever really thought about it. I'll tell you one thing, and I heard somebody mention it in a positive light. I don't
Mhm.
remember who, but I'm gonna give you my negative on it.
Okay.
Ted Petty's ring.
Mhm.
That ring, which was big. I mean, I'm guessing it's a 22, so it was a big ring
Okay.
versus everything else that we had tried to work in, with big thick ropes and no give whatsoever. And I found out from Teddy later, he said that was a boxing ring that he converted into a wrestling ring. I thought that ring was one of the stiffest rings, and I had at least one concussion in that ring when we used to use it, even right up into early ECW. We didn't use it much, but there were a
Right.
couple of shows. I remember one in particular at Valley Forge Music Fair that we did where we
Huh.
used Teddy's ring, and I used to hate bumping in that thing. It was just brutal. Anyway, and I love Teddy, but I hated that ring, and I just didn't like the way it felt. There was just something about it. The thick ropes seemed weird
Sure.
to me, and I don't know. Um, we used those at Temple too. That ring was the ring that we used at the McGonigal Hall shows, and I
Oh,
think at every Civic Center show we used his ring. So there's
interesting.
another guy. He was always good. I'm getting ahead of myself,
Yeah.
but not
Yeah.
really because I met him through those shows, and
He
he
was
worked.
a cheetah kid back then.
Yeah, he worked as Cheetah Kid. I remember not working with him, but being on those shows with him. Um, and in Trenton, we did a show at the I think it was a YMCA. It was some horribly rundown building in downtown Trenton that we did a TWA show at.
Hmm.
And my favorite memory of that is the one of our main events was Ivan Koloff against Dave Sammartino.
Okay.
And we come up to this building, this old decrepit building that had the old kind of marquee, like an old movie theater, or like it's the old Tower Theater, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
And on the marquee, it said Koloff versus Sammartino. And I'm pretty sure it was Bob Ortiz and I were joking, like, it looks like they just left that up there since the late 60s when Ivan wrestled Bruno. So that's one of my big memories of that one. And Wahoo McDaniel was on that show.
Okay.
And the other really cool thing that happened in Trenton, that's when I learned about Wahoo's can of hair color spray that he always used.
Oh, I
And
don't know this one.
yeah, this is so random, Day. I hate taking up time with this goofy stuff, but it's a great memory. He told us that he bought in the late 60s when he started going bald up on the top of his head. He told us that he bought a case of hairspray that colored your hair. It was spray on hair color, and that's what he did was he sprayed his bald spot with this stuff. It was just black color on his bald
Right.
head. But
Right.
he said, so people won't see bald spot. And I remember sitting on, this was at that YMCA, so we're just in like an old YMCA locker room with a wooden bench in front of the old lockers with the holes in it, and him taking this can out, which was all rusty. He goes, "Yeah, it doesn't take much. One can lasts me a couple of years." Um, and he might not have been working that much at that point because this was, I guess, 1990 or 91 at best. And yeah, spraying the top of his head with that bald spot. So
That's hysterical.
yeah, I actually saw him do that. We did a show in Westchester, Pennsylvania, also, and that might have been my first time working with Drake. I don't know if it was, but I remember I worked with Don on that show, and it was one of the very first times that we did the manager gimmick with him. A woman wasn't there; it was just he and I.
Yeah.
But Wahoo versus Manny Fernandez
Okay.
was on that show, and if there was 100 people there, it would have been a lot. Might have
Yeah.
been 80 people there in this place, and it was some kind of community center.
Westchester Community Center.
So very small crowd, and those guys were just in a pissy mood the whole day, and sat apart from us, sat apart from each other, and went out there and beat the crap out of each other in front of this small crowd, and that made a big impression on me too, because I remember thinking, geez, either these guys are just really nasty people, or they're just total pros who, no matter the size of the crowd, give people what they're being paid to do. So
Interesting.
yeah.
So, all right. So, we're into the early days of Eastern Championship Wrestling. The new era starts, new regime, and how about we start going through trying to get the TV contract,
Mm-hmm.
and we get TV. It's a done deal, and then the bomb drops that we now have a new booker.
Now you're talking about Gilbert.
Eddie Gilbert, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Were you excited for it?
I'm not sure that I felt too much one way or the other. I know that sounds weird, but I don't. You can see I have very specific memories of certain things.
Sure.
I don't have a specific memory of how I felt about that. I think I was just happy and excited that Todd was allowing me to continue to be involved in some way. I didn't know that it was going to be as a purely as a worker, because I was still doing the management thing, even though I was getting in matches. I did at the bar shows, I did a 6-man tag with myself, or maybe it was 6-man with myself and Larry and Hot Body, I think, against Tony, and it might have been Tony and Bruno, I'm not sure, and Vivacious Veronica, or whatever
Where did
gimmick.
she come from? Was she?
Well,
she was
she had a cup of coffee in WCW working with Steve Austin, because I think Steve Austin was working with his wife at the time, and then maybe they broke up or something. So she became Steve's manager down there. Her name was Robin.
She worked with Gilbert on one of Joel's Civic Center shows.
That could be. That could be. I just know that I knew her as someone who I seen on TV with Steve Austin, and then she showed up for this show. Maybe the Bar Wars show was somewhere close to when she worked at the Civic Center, but I don't really remember her from a Civic Center show. I know she was on one of them, but I just don't. Yeah. I don't have a recall of her there. But we did a 6-man tag at the sports bar with her, and then she just kind of disappeared after that, to my recollection. So I've been getting my feet wet in the ring, at those shows. But what I recall is when we were going to do the Civic Center stuff, and mind you, we did I think the TV pilots, although I was on those shows, and I remember there being 2, and I know people always talk about the one, because there's a 1-hour version of it that you can find online. But I remember us doing.
I'd see those, the ones from the cabaret that are on YouTube as TV pilots. I never thought they were TV pilots. They were like for video, home video.
Right. Well, they were for Sports Channel. I think
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. I think that was after this. Damn, I really need to research this. I got to do some studying before I do this next time.
I remember we did a like a rec center boys club in like Port Richmond or something.
Right. So somewhere. I remember there being 2 of those.
Right.
Only one. One was in Kensington. It was the Kensington Ramblers.
Okay.
right? The home of the Ramblers. And then
Yeah.
I believe we also did one in another place, because I remember distinctly one of them I was just managing, and I did a because I actually have a video of this. I don't know where I got it from. I'm managing, I think, Larry Winters against
Really? Okay.
Tony,
Huh.
against Stetson. Maybe it might have been Hot Body, but for some reason I'm thinking it was Larry. I could be
Hmm.
wrong. I just remember Larry carrying me out after the finish. Tony took me and body slammed me and gave me a leg drop off the top.
Hmm.
And I have a recollection of Larry carrying me out, but that could have been another show. I know Larry had to carry me out once after I got knocked out from a super bomb off the top from the pit bulls, and I probably took 15 of those at shows, and that was the only time I ever got hurt. And it was not their fault; it was my fault. But and it was the first one of them I took. All the ones I took after that um, were I was fine, but that first one, I didn't. I guess I didn't protect myself properly. There's a way to take those, and
Yeah, I took one and I got knocked out.
yeah, the the trajectory, the whole thing.
Yeah.
You got to first of all, Anthony wanted you to hold on around his neck. Your instinct is that, hey, if I'm about to take this bump, let me get my arms out there, let me slap the mat, let me do that old
Right.
traditional kind of thing. But what I came to find is that if possible, you're better off actually holding on, at which he told me to do. So
Yeah.
it's just sometimes in the heat of the moment and in mid-flight, yeah, things happen mid-flight. Um,
Right? As you're watching the world around you.
that's right. It is a strange feeling, that's for
It
sure.
is. Yeah.
Um, and you're looking for the stewardess. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
can I get peanuts and a chocolate milk, please? So anyway, do they still serve peanuts on flights? I don't know.
Yeah. I
Um,
don't know.
so, but TV. So I remember there being these what we were thinking of as a pilot, and we did an interview afterwards with Stevie Wonderful
Mhm.
and Hot Body and me, and I had video of this too. And I'm doing all kinds of weird. I don't know what I was doing. I was wearing like a trench coat. I was in some strange thing, but I remember that, and I remember the locker room area that we were in for that. And then there was a second one where I worked. I tagged with Curtis Hughes, with Mr.
Really?
Hughes
Okay.
against Pat Tanaka and Paul Diamond, and I
Really?
believe that was also supposedly some kind of pilot thing. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It never made it to TV or to any video. I don't have anything on that.
Hmm.
But yeah, it was a tag, and then I screwed up or something, and purposely, and took the pin, and then Kurtz got mad because our team lost, and then he beat me afterwards. So, and that was also either at Tabor or Kensington or one of those. It was
Okay.
one of those facilities, but I know that it was for a pilot because the way the lighting was, they had different lighting and they had the place completely dark except for the ring. I remember that very well. Whereas when we worked those rooms, otherwise, it was just whatever the regular gym
Yeah.
lighting was, or there was nothing special.
Yeah.
But
Interesting.
I don't remember the exact location or the exact date. But those cabaret things were recorded, but I think they were literally for the Sports Channel Philadelphia show.
Okay.
They weren't pilots per se. They were actually being shown, and they were
Oh.
circulating those tapes.
Yeah, I know they were. Yeah, they were selling those tapes.
Well, they were also being, and I know this because I worked for the company at the time. They were
Hmm.
circulating them to the cable companies to show on their local access channels too,
Oh.
because I was friendly with a local access guy for Comcast at the time, and he would tell me, he goes, "Oh, well, we got these." There were those giant cassettes, those like 3/4 inch video cassettes that were much bigger than a regular. It was
Yeah.
broadcast video cassettes, and he said, "Yeah, they sent us this thing. I'm supposed to play it for a week at certain times or whatever, and then he had to return them and get a different one." So they were like cycling these tapes in. Again, I don't know all the specifics about it, but I absolutely know that. In fact, I think I kept one or two of those, and I have nothing to play them on, but I have a couple of those giant 3/4 inch video cassettes that the guy at Comcast just gave me. He says, "Here, I'm not going to do anything with this," and they're shows from the cabaret.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, do you have any memory of this? Which I don't. I'm like trying to go through the Rolodex in my mind and remember this. Like as I was going through like one of these websites that has like a listing of your matches, there was a match in early ECW, and it was me and HD against you
Yes.
and Mr. X. Who was
Yes.
Mr. X?
Larry Winters. It was at a high school. I don't remember the high school.
It said Morrisville, which I remember. That was a show. I'm pretty sure British Bulldog was on.
It may have been. I know we were on at least one show. I was on two shows with Bulldog. One of
Yeah,
them
he came
was
for a weekend. Yeah.
one was down at the Radisson Hotel by the airport,
Right.
and
right.
it was a dual show. In fact, I think Todd talks about it in his book.
Convention. Yeah.
Yeah, Todd talks about it in his book to some degree, but it was like half Carluzzo, half Eastern Championship Wrestling,
Mhm.
and that was also the show. And somebody talked about this. I don't remember if it was Tony, because I didn't watch all of Tony's interview yet, or it might have been Hot Body, but that was the one. I was managing Johnny, and they were having a bull rope match
Okay.
with the cowbell right on the bull rope, and pretty early on in the match, and we weren't even close to going home, Johnny hit Tony with this cowbell and knocked him out. And when he got back to the locker room, or they were hotel rooms actually, is where we got dressed. Tony's one eye had completely swollen shut,
Oh,
and the second one was headed there, and it was already turning black and blue, and he got hit up here, but it forced his eyes to close up. I don't know, it was from blood coming down, or I'm not sure, but somebody told that story already, and I was right there because I have a video of that match on a VHS tape somewhere as well.
Ooh,
that
that's
somebody
scary.
took. That was also, so Bulldog was on that show, and my memory of him is only that he came in to our room and asked if anybody had any baby oil, and I said, "Oh yeah, here you go." And he proceeded to stand over my gear bag and spill baby oil all over my bag. But respectful to the vet, I wouldn't say anything. Yes, so it's my Davey Boy story. That was also Kerry Von Erich's last match before his death.
Yes.
At that show, and he came out in a hood for some reason, but wearing his jacket that said Kerry Von Erich on the back.
He probably had no idea why either.
And Nancy managed it, woman managed it, because Kevin Sullivan was on that show with Terry Funk doing, I think, something. I forget what. So yeah, that's. But going back to Larry. So my recollection is, and I think I can tell this now because, again, God bless him, Larry is not with us. He had a day gig somewhere, and he had an injury, and he was kind of elongating maybe his time off for the injury. And he said, "Listen, I can work, but I can't go out there. I can't take a risk of my job or the insurance company or somebody finding out that I'm
wrestling
okay enough to wrestle." Right.
Yeah.
So he wore a hood, and he went out as Mr. X. And this was right when I had the strangest random memories. This was right when Viagra was becoming a thing.
Okay.
I'm going to connect this. Trust me.
Okay, I can't wait for this connection.
So we're trying to say, should we say from parts unknown, right, Mr. X? Like, that's old school, that's stupid. And we said, how about from Viagra Falls? I don't know where it came from exactly, but that was That was what we were
Slowly
gonna
I
do.
turn.
I don't know if we got Bob to make that announcement or not, but we tried to. To have him say from
Viagra
Viagra Falls.
Falls.
Yeah. And then the other thing we came up with was that every time we did some sort of offensive maneuver against you guys, that we would turn to each other and go, like make an X sign, because he was Mr. X. And this was, again, I must say, at least
A couple of years before we saw or met New Jack. So
Right.
right. So yeah, that was the Mr. X thing. Oh, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back a couple of years because Glenn Osborne may be upset if I don't mention this. Before, and you, sir, it's you. Before there was ever a Dudley's gimmick. This was in 1990. Glenn and
Okay.
I used to travel together to shows a lot, and we had a show, a TWA show down. I think it was like a YMCA or something in Wilmington, Delaware.
Okay.
And I wasn't even on the show, but I was there. It was a show that for whatever reason, I wasn't on it. But of course I went, and we were doing some working out in the ring before the show. And I had taken my glasses off and put them in the corner, one of the corners of the ring, out of harm's way, I thought, right? Under the turnbuckle, but back a little bit, right toward the ring post. And we were working on something, and I took the corner and I stepped on my glasses. I broke my glasses, which I needed, legally to drive. I'm supposed to wear them. So they're in really bad shape. We get back to the locker room. I had my gear with me, but I wasn't on the show. But I had tape. I had athletic tape. So I fixed my glasses with athletic tape. And I didn't wear them in the building. I kept my glasses on for the whole show because they looked ridiculous. But when we went to drive home, I had to wear them. And poor Glenn, he's like, I don't remember if he did it or I did, but I remember we stopped at a light and some people looked in the car, and I'm wearing these glasses with athletic tape. And I think Glenn may have rolled down the window so they could get a better look at me. But that was the earliest, I was the first Dudley boy with that. Because it wasn't that a gimmick.
Why were you never considered for Dudley?
Yeah, well, because I was already there, I guess, and I'm not sure. That doesn't make you right. They could have. I'm pretty sure it could have been little Dick Dudley, maybe.
That would have been funny.
That would have worked. No, I don't know. Right? I worked against them. In fact, I worked against the earliest Dudleys.
Yeah.
Little Snot or Snot and
Dudley.
I don't. Oh yeah, I worked against Dances with Dudley. And Snot. He was a legit.
Dances and Bubba.
No, this was before Bubba. Before Bubba, there was Dances with Dudley. It was a guy. His real name was Jeff.
Dudley.
Might have been Jeff Bradley, but I'm
Jeff
not.
Bradley, yeah.
Okay, and so I worked a tag with those two.
Mm-hmm.
That was on TV. I know. And I was the first guy that Bubba ever touched in the ring, ever had any sort of actual contact, physical contact with. And we're way ahead of ourselves, so whatever. But yeah, that was. I wanted to get that story in there for Glenn because he will absolutely remember that fondly.
I'm sure he will.
We used to. Anytime we would come up to one of those traffic calming things, where we'd say bump,
yeah,
we'd want to get out of the car and take a bump. We thought it was little did we know, years later, it would be like every bump is precious. Don't waste them.
Right.
When they talk about
Larry didn't tell us that part.
Oh, okay. What about the Mr. X?
No, about the bumps. How every bump is precious. Don't waste them.
Yeah. Well, you hear guys, vets, talk about that all the time. Like, my bump card's almost full. It's like there's. Although to me, I feel like I could bump now and not a problem. It's the rest of the structure that's not so hot. It's the knees that are shot, and Of course, I had nerve damage,
Yeah.
numb fingers, and all this stuff. I mean, that can happen to you if you're a secretary too. But I hastened it with getting dropped on my head a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't felt the right side of my right knee and leg in 30 years.
Oh, sciatic stuff. I remember, but
Yeah.
we've all got it. I mean, Johnny, I know, is that
Yeah. Yeah.
had big problems with stuff like that too. Because he was at one of the TWA reunion shows. He was at least at one of them. I remember we were
Yeah.
talking about problems he was having. I don't know if he had fusion surgery yet, but I think he's had it. I'm not sure if he talked about it on your podcast. Anyway,
I know and he's pretty banged up, Ed.
yeah, well, hey, it's what we signed up for.
It's true.
You know, I mean, maybe you don't
think about it when you're young. And again, I was older too. I mean, I started doing that, and I was not 18 or 20 years old. So, but I did it far longer than I expected to. Part of that was being more of a weekend warrior. I mean, once I got through those first few years where I was training all the time in the ring and learning and all that kind of stuff, when it came to the rest of my wrestling life, it was, I wasn't working 3 times a week, 4 times a week. I wasn't on the road. It was more of a weekend warrior kind of thing. I still took a lot of abuse from that, but I think that helped extend my time.
Totally.
Anyway.
So, all right. So let's going back to Gilbert. So when Eddie comes in, was there any ever discussions with Eddie about character or management?
May have been more with Todd. I just remember that we knew, and I think Todd maybe even told me. He said, "Look, we don't really have a spot for you as a manager." And I said, "Well, man, I'll work." I said, "Just let me know what you need me to do. I'd love to, I'd love to get in the ring and just be a worker. Obviously, I'm not looking for any kind of, spot, on the card in particular." I said, whatever you need me to do is basically, which is kind of what I said my entire career from day one, which I think is another reason why I got to stick around, because if you're not somebody that's putting people in the seats, you need to have some, you need to have some value to be there, right? So, and I realized I wasn't somebody that was going to sell tickets really. So, I just became somebody that they could trust. If they needed you to go work a match, okay, I can work the match. If they need you to go do some schmoz at the end of a match and take somebody's move, I could do that. If I had to go, paper some cars with flyers, I could do that. There were many nights in ECW where I worked and then also went out in my car and went and tried to, get some tickets out to people and that sort of thing. I mean, I did that kind of duty, or run some, run an errand that they needed run for Paul or something like that. So I said no to pretty much nothing. And I think that's why I was able to walk in the building anytime there was a show and not have anybody go, "Why are you here?"
Right.
They knew why I was there. So, but with Eddie, it became clear to me right from the get-go, and especially when Paul was there, and I didn't know if they were bringing Paul in as a manager, but I met him at Cabrini, at that first TV taping, and again I thought, okay, if they're bringing in a big gun like him, I may not have a place to be, because how many managers do you need?
Sure.
Of course, some indie shows have 28 managers, but if we're going to try to do something a little more of a big time operation, you don't need a manager for every worker. So I just brought my gear and I'm like, I'm here, I'm ready to go. And I ended up working. I was never on any of those pilots, but I did work on them. I wrestled your friend Hervé.
Yes.
Ernesto
Your
Benfica.
future
Hello.
tag team partner.
That's right. The sex appeal of Twisted Steel and Sex Appeal, and High Ernie. If you're seeing this, long time.
I
Uh,
bet you he's watching.
he's another very very good guy. But we worked 2 singles matches on 2 different nights of those tapings, but they weren't used on TV. And actually, I believe we worked a total of 3 matches on those shows. And I have 1 or 2 of them. I have some video of that a friend of mine took, but poor video. But I have it in my archive somewhere. But they were never part of the pilot. And I guess they thought I did okay because when we went to the arena and did the first Eastern taping, which I think was May of '93,
Okay.
I think,
Sounds about right.
in the arena, I was able to work on that show. And that's the very first match of the first night that we were in there. I did the handicap with Lloyd Anoa'i, the Samoan Warrior, versus Hawk, versus Road Warrior Hawk.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. And I do, and again, here's my first flowers for Mr. Gordon tonight. I had said to Todd at some point, especially when I heard that Hawk was on the show, and I know I had the conversation with him. I said, Todd, if you'd have told me 10 years ago that I was going to be in the locker room with this guy who, even though I was already sort of pretty much an adult when the Road Warriors,
Yeah.
came on the scene, I thought, this is cool shit. I just dug. I just liked what they did, and I didn't have the experience as a worker to look at them critically as to their, the quality of their work or anything. I just thought the entrance and their bearing and their whole deal was just cool. I dug it, and so I remember Todd coming over to me at that first taping, and he goes, well, your dream's about to come true, or some version of that. I don't know what his exact words were. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I found out that I was gonna work Hawk. So that was very cool. And I mean, aside from whatever work I had put in to be ready to do that, that was all Todd. I'm pretty sure, because I don't know that Eddie would have necessarily picked me to do it. But Eddie, I'd interacted with him. He had actually asked me at some point whether I'd be willing to do a hair versus hair match or something like that.
Really? Okay.
Somebody, he just, he saw that I had the ponytail, and was like, would you be willing to cut that off if we, came up with something? And I think I said, well, if I have to, I'd rather not, because I got this music thing going on. And, I was a little wishy-washy about it. I mean, I still said I would do it if he wanted, but I think I gave him the impression that I would prefer not to if we could avoid it. And so I don't know what the plan was, but that was the last I heard of it. And he called me once during the day at work and left a message to call him. And then I tried to call him and I could never get him. So I don't know what that was about, but that was cool. I just had a little message.
I'd be curious to hear what that was about.
Yeah, I don't know. I never knew, and I'm not even sure if I asked Todd at all about that either. But I never found out what that was about. It was just some lady at work hands me this note because he called. I guess we just had a general number, and he asked for me, and I was with a customer or something. So it was just weird little sticky notes that call Eddie Gilbert. Like, okay,
that's a hell of a sticky note to get, right?
I think that's when he was staying in Philly. Down near the airport.
That's funny. So how about when Paul takes over then for Eddie?
Mm-hmm.
Was it just like a transition then? Or?
Yeah, there was. I swear I do not recall there ever being a conversation. I simply showed up at every show I could show up at with my gear and waited for someone to tell me. I was never booked in advance. I mean, I don't recall ever a time in that 6 years, 7 years, whatever it was between '93 and when they closed. And of course, I did very little for them, out in the ring or near the ring those last couple of years. but um, I was there and I was working in the back and doing stuff,
Right.
and I just was there. If I was there, they knew I had my gear. If they needed me, they knew I was able to work, and thankfully got to work a good bit, especially that 93, 94, 95 period.
Mm-hmm. That was the one thing I always remember. You were always there, and I do remember you like Paul needing stuff, and you like boom, you would go run and get stuff. You were just
Yeah,
you whatever they needed, you were there, and that was huge for them.
yeah.
Every
I mean, somebody needed a belt or something, or needed something for their outfit. I remember going to the store and buying stuff for the gangsters to hit people with. They said, "Oh, we need some plates and
right.
pots and pans and stuff like that." And we were in South Philly, so it was a short drive to go to whatever, whether it was Target or Lowe's or Home
Hmm.
Depot or wherever you had to go. Now, was it my preference once I was there to have
Sure.
to get in my car and leave the parking lot and go drive around, especially if the show was already on?
Hmm.
Yeah, it wasn't really my preference to do that, but whatever it took, I felt um, I was happy to be part of it, you know,
You were a
and
total team
I
player.
yeah, it I like that feeling,
Yeah.
no lie. Um, Certainly out of loyalty to Todd, especially when he was there in particular. But I felt even after he was not around, I still felt like in a way I represented him because I was one of the people that had been around and was only there because of him from the
Yeah.
from the get go, and so I felt like, hey, as long as it's working for me in my life that I can do it,
Hmm.
um, and especially if I'm healthy enough to work, then I'm there for whatever. And if they need me to, for 30 seconds, or if they need me to go out and give out some tickets at Chuck E. Cheese, which I did more than once, by the way. Um, yeah, I mean those are
I was going to say, I think I even kind of remember you doing not Chuck E. Cheese, but I kind of remember you like running out to go down somewhere in South Philly and give out tickets.
Yeah. Oh, we used to go to the strip club, um, cheerleaders, which is
Yeah.
still there. Uh, and that was at Front in Oregon or someplace,
Right.
in the shopping center.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'd go over there and go up to the DJ and say, "Hey, man, you want to," because especially near, we didn't need it so much as time went on,
Hmm.
but early on, we were trying to just drum up business and we wanted the house as full as possible for
Yeah.
TV, and after a while they brought in the bleachers and then more bleachers, and we wanted it to look oversold. I
Yeah.
say I mean Paul wanted it to look that way, and Todd, I'm sure. Um, so yeah, we had a lot of walk up, and then we tried to add to that walk up by going out and just grabbing, getting random people on the street and saying, "Hey, there's this wrestling show," and you talk to people, and sometimes they look at you like you're from outer space,
Right.
and you try to explain to them, well, you may
It's
not
right
have heard.
around the corner, and they don't
Right.
even have.
I say you may not have heard of these people. Just yeah, Foreman Mills. Oh yeah, we know Foreman Mills. Well, it's right next to Foreman Mills. And here, take this ticket to bring your kids. And sometimes we would get families that would actually take those tickets from us and show up at the shows.
And it was a
So
great family environment place.
well, yeah, I mean that. Look, I was not in control of the program. My job was to get them into the door, and I guarantee you, some of them became fans. Maybe not all
Oh,
of
I'm
them,
sure.
but
I'm
uh,
sure.
and a few people knew about it. The hipper
Yeah.
people would go, "Oh yeah, Taz or whatever." Like you'd say a name, they'd say, "Oh, who's wrestling? Hulk Hogan?" You go, "No, no, no, but it's this or that." And if we had somebody that had with a name, Ron Simmons or something that was going to be there that night, I'd say, "Oh, Ron Simmons." So they go, "Yeah." But yeah, you do that. You do whatever it took. So I and I was mainly in this area. I mean, I rarely went to a show in out of state because I had commitments here. I'd work. A lot of
Okay.
times I had to be at work the next morning. So if it was a Friday night, I wasn't going out of town. But if it was in Jersey or Pennsylvania or um, Delaware, TWA went to Maryland a few times. I went to.
Right.
I was on those shows, but that's that. And luckily, we did a lot near Philadelphia, so I was able to be at most of those shows. There were very few I missed in all those years.
See, that was my thing too. Like I had all my commitments too, just to normal life, and it was hard for me to like justify taking off and losing
Mhm.
money from work to
Right.
go. I'm going to go drive 2-3 hours to New York and then screw myself and everything
Yeah.
else. And for me, I think it ended up hurting me for my, Dudley run,
Mhm.
which is understandable because they didn't know, and they never talked to me about things. So
Right. We all now, of
yeah,
course, it's not different for me. I mean, when you talk about, they, I would get paid if I did. Typically, if I did something in the ring, but it was because I was never booked. It wasn't like they were planning on it.
yeah,
And sometimes, if I felt comfortable enough to ask or whatever, I would. And sometimes I didn't. I think it was just an understanding to me that they didn't need me,
hmm,
and this was not how I was making a living, and they had guys that were trying to make a living doing this,
sure,
and so I never had that mindset like, "Oh, I'm here for my payday." Now,
right,
I was happy to get money when I could, but sometimes it was just a reach into the pocket. Oh, hey, thanks. Here you go. And I
yeah,
wouldn't look at it or question what it was. I just put it in my pocket and went. But there were plenty of times when there was nothing in that regard, and I wasn't expecting it.
yeah,
That was just extra. And I know that sounds crazy from in a business where you're trying to get that payday with your work and with merchandise and everything else, but I was coming from a different perspective, so it was a unique thing for me. And of
sure,
course there's indie guys out there that work for nothing or a hot dog or $20, and I did a lot of those shows too, especially after the 90s when I
hmm,
had my indie career, so to speak. um, but it was, luckily I had the day job. It was hard for me to do that and do wrestling and music, but I did it because I wanted to. So I was lucky to be able to do that, and I knew that you know, that I was there at the mercy of Todd and or Paul, and
yeah.
so that
Now,
was
how
it.
about the infamous match with you and Ernesto against Stan Hansen?
Ah, I heard Jay talk about that. So, or no, well, he talked about Luna. So they were tough. I look again. That is what we signed up for. Now, Ernie's perspective on it is a little different than mine, and I, it is what it is. My perspective was I didn't expect that we were going to get anything in.
Sure.
Um, and I do remember Mr. Finnegan uh, very lightly under his breath walking past me and saying, "Protect yourself," which I knew anyway, and you just we were there to be cannon fodder for him, and that was for me it was an honor. I mean, this is a guy
didn't,
that
didn't you get hurt during that match? Was that the one?
oh I got knocked out
Yeah.
briefly, yeah. He had me in the corner, and this is again available for those that want to see it. Had
Available
me in
on
the
Peacock.
yeah, that's right. As seen on the Peacock Network. John JHB Hot Body once said to me, I ran into him somewhere after his run in ECW was over, but just after that. And I
Mhm.
think, and I ran into him somewhere in South Philly with somebody from ECW, and we were getting food or something, and it might have been a McDonald's or something, and ran into him, and we chatted, whatever. He goes, "Oh, you're still there?" And I go, "Yeah, he knew the deal." And I said, "Well, I kind of like being there, whatever." And he goes, "You like being on TV?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a cool bonus."
Of course.
Of course, what I didn't think or say then, but in hindsight, I could have said, "Sure, I like being on TV." Although, every time I'm on TV, it's for a minute at a time, and I'm getting my ass kicked. But I took pride in that job. And I understand why his perspective would be totally different, because he was a talent that could have been utilized way more and
Yeah.
could have done much bigger stuff than I would ever been able to do. So from his perspective, he's thinking, "Oh, I'm not going to stick around there and you know and get jobbed out all the time with no prospect of being able to do what I'm capable of doing."
Yeah.
I didn't think that way because I was realistic about my opportunities and my talent and where my ceiling might have been. So yeah, if somebody says, "Oh, you like being on TV?" Sure. Do I
Of
like
course.
now being able to show people, "Oh, look at this, look what I did"? Sure. I suffered and worked really hard for it, so I'm proud of it. And I don't feel bad about it at all. But I remember distinctly, I don't know if he would remember it, but I remember him saying that to me. And yeah, I mean, he wasn't wrong. Um,
Well,
um,
I mean, let's face it. Any of us got in the wrestling business with hope of being on TV.
yeah, yeah, well, yeah, sure. You don't want to do it in a vacuum, you know.
Exactly.
And, um, and it was a lot of luck, and a lot of hard work, but a lot of luck.
Okay. Well, speaking of, I don't know if this was luck, right place, right
Oh,
time.
I didn't finish the Hanson story, and
Okay.
I'll just very briefly. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Um, but he had me in the corner, and he went to give me a shot, but I was so short and he was so big, and he couldn't see, as everyone who knows about Stan Hansen knows. He's blind as a bat. And he got me in the face. He got me in the jaw, and I went out. And the next thing I remember, and I know what happened now because I saw the tape. But the next thing I remember is I was sitting in the middle of the ring on my ass, and then he sort of woke me up because he kicked me with his cowboy boot right in the middle of my spine, but not with the flat of the boot, is with the toe.
Oh,
And that kind of that woke me up. And then tossed me out, and then he suplexed me back in, and it was kind of all over after that. But that's what happened in that match. What I saw later was that after he did that to me in the corner and gave me the chop, is that he beeled me out of the corner, and then I landed center ring, and that's when the kick to the back happened. But for that part, I was not conscious really. So yeah, that was a rough one, and he got Ernie good in that one too.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
And what the story he told is exactly what I remember too. He wrapped him up with the rope around the ring post and
Yeah.
was headbutting them. Yeah, so it was a tough one, but an honor.
Right.
Really,
Right.
to me, an honor. I survived it. It's I you know Each one of those takes a little something from you, but
Oh yes, it
that
does.
was and that weekend was, to me, maybe my greatest weekend ever in wrestling. We did 2 sets of TV tapings on a Saturday, Sunday. This was in August '93,
Yeah.
and I wrestled 6 matches. I did 3 on the Saturday, 3 on the Sunday, and that was one of them. And I I did a tag, 6-man against, I think it was Morocco and the Koloffs.
Okay.
Um, and I can't remember who my partners were. I know Ernie was definitely in at least some of these, and I think Metal Maniac might have been in that
Okay.
six
Yeah.
man, possibly Jeff. Um, Did a tag against Miguel Perez Jr. and Mr. Danger, the guys from Wing.
Wing, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And did a singles match against another Wing guy, their junior champion, whose name was Motegi, Motegi.
Okay.
Not a super well-known name, but if you look him up, he had a career. He was a small guy, and there was one more. There was a total of 6 matches, and I always say I was never the same after that weekend. It was brutal. Great, but yeah, they were rough ones. But the Hanson match was one of those 6, and the only one I think that aired on TV. There was a maybe the 6-man. There was a little highlight of that, or there was another 6-man with Shane and Snuka and Morocco, and there was a tiny bit of that made it to TV, maybe just to finish with a belly to belly or something. But that was one of the 6. Of course, those guys were easy. I mean, they were, as pros go, they were so smooth. But anyway.
Well, how about the whole team with Ernie, the Twisted Steel and Sex Appeal? How did that all come about? I mean, I guess they told you that's what they wanted you guys to do.
Yeah, I think that was an Eddie thing. It certainly sounds like it in hindsight, and I think it was. Again, I don't specifically recall. I know that we started it. There was might have been the Super Summer Sizzler show.
Sounds about right.
I wrestled a singles match, another in a series of singles matches. In fact, I remember, I don't know if it was Eddie that did it or Todd, but somebody put the lineup on the wall and it said Donnie versus Ernie again. Because we had wrestled a couple times at Cabrini and maybe another one. And we might have been the first match. It didn't even make the video of the show that they sold. But we were the first match and against each other. But then at the end of it, that's when the Twisted Steel Sex Appeal thing, we said, hey, we should partner up. You could be this, I could be that. And he goes, oh, okay. And then we'd never discussed what we were going to do after we did that. We did that on mic in the ring after the match was over.
Okay.
And we never talked about what we were going to do after that. So he just starts going back to we actually had 2 different entrances at that. We had a heel and a face.
Okay.
Which is, I don't think we ever did again, but that night we did. And if you watch videos of that show, you will see it. And the heel entrance was right by the wall that's next to where they used to sell the concessions. And it just led back into the locker room from there. But there used to be a door there, and they ended up covering that over afterwards. It's also where that infamous night when the Headhunters went through the wall, and Abby was just sitting there. I think Jay might have mentioned that. Right, I was right there. I was right there, along with Abby and a few other people in the locker room when that happened. And I remember we all got up and moved out of the way so the crowd couldn't see us. And Abby, he wasn't getting up. He was just sitting there. I think Jay said Jay might have recalled that he was in his underwear or something. My recollection is he was already dressed and he used to wear these dress shirts that said AB on them, or A Butcher on his pocket, his chest pocket. Yeah. Like embroidered. And he was smoking a cigar and he just sat there, and the crowd,
just another day at the office.
Right. And the crowd is gathered around the hole, looking in to see what's going on, of course, as you would. So anyway, the match with Ernie finishes, and he starts going back to the face locker, and I'm headed toward the heel, and I stop, and there wasn't that big of a crowd there, and they certainly weren't making noise for us, right? So it was kind of quiet, and before I went into the locker room, he was still out there, and I said, yo, hey, come on, you're with me. And he goes, oh, okay. And he walked over to join me, and I put my arm around him, and we walked into the heel locker room together. And that was, nobody except me remembers this, but It was a total improv at that point, and I was proud of that. But we didn't have a finish. We talked in the ring, we agreed to team, and then we both just started going back to our individual locker rooms. And it occurred to me, hey, we should be together. So
That's funny.
so that was the first one, and then they used us a few times after that as a team, and I think those TV tapings might have been the last time in August that we were, Twisted Steel and Sex Appeal. And he came out when I did that singles match with the Japanese guy Motegi. He seconded me for that one. I remember that. And that's it. I don't know what they didn't have me second him when he did that chain match thing with
Right.
with Eddie when Eddie was warming up for his match with
Yeah.
Punk.
Yeah.
Right. I was there, and I remember when he came back to the locker room and he had he was beat to hell. But they didn't have
that's why they didn't have you second him.
maybe, they didn't. But I remember it very well. I remember him showing me what was on his body at that point.
Yeah.
It was a tough one. But that was it. I think it was an Eddie thing that we got put together that way. Eddie also, I remember distinctly, we did 2 shows in one day, and I think one of them might have been the Variety Club thing, and then still during the day, on a hot summer day, then we trucked down to Jersey to Ron Jaworski's. This was where we worked at Ron Jaworski's thing.
Right.
With, Stevie's incident and all that stuff that happened.
Right.
But
do you remember Stevie's incident?
I didn't see it. I only heard about it. I was not out there at that point. I was inside the building in the locker room or whatever. So I heard about it, but I did not see it, and certainly didn't know it was going to happen. That's for sure.
Sure.
But JT Smith and I helped set the ring up when we brought the ring over. The ring got broken down up at Variety Club, and we brought it over to the Eagle's Nest. Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm 99.9% sure that that's what we did. That we were at Variety, and then we went over to do a second show. I was still in gear. Like, I think I was still wearing my boots, and we were in a hurry to get the ring set up for this second thing that we were doing at Jaworski's. And so JT and I were helping to do that. And I remember Todd and Eddie were there, and I think I overheard Todd say to Eddie, look at these guys, we got some good guys working for us because they're helping out or whatever. I don't think I'm making that up. I'm pretty sure that happened. So, I mean, that was, and I think it was after that Eddie decided to do a little something with me with Ernie and do that.
Now, how about a big moment that I thought was going to be a big moment for you, and a permanent spot was when the BWO did the Kiss thing.
It was, first of all, not planned. The first time I even heard about it was the night before. We were doing a show at the Lulu Temple.
Right.
And, I just did what I always do. I showed up and I had my gear and I was not booked. Mm-hmm. And Raven, or I think Scotty, came over and said, hey, would you be interested in doing this? I said, sure. Not only that, I said, you're going to have to help me get made up because I'm not a Kiss fan. I wouldn't even know what the drummer's makeup is. Like, of course, I knew of Kiss and I knew that. Yeah. It just wasn't my thing.
How are we friends?
Yeah. Because I wasn't a Kiss fan?
Right.
I don't know why. It's just, it got past me in the 70s somehow with them. I believe me, many of my friends are big time, but and I appreciate them, of course, but I wasn't a fan. And so if you ask me which makeup is which, I wasn't sure. I mean, I knew the drummer was the Cat guy or whatever, but I didn't really know what it looked like. And so Scotty did it. He made me up for it. And that was the first night we did it. And I had drumsticks in my car because I don't know. I always carry drumsticks in my car. To this day, I always keep a pair just in case. Along with various cables and stuff. I just carry
That's
them.
amazing.
Yeah. But true. And I said, hey, I'm the drummer, right? Peter Chris, I'll go out to the car. And I went to the car and I got my drumsticks. And you see that also on the Saturday night when we did the big deal
Right.
at the arena. But I found out about it when I got there, and that's
Now,
how.
I remember like when that was all going down. It was like I was like all because I'm a big Kiss fan, and you guys were in the dressing room getting all ready and doing the makeup and all. And I was all excited, and I was like, man, this is fucking awesome for Donnie. Like I thought at that point you were going to be now a permanent member of the BWO.
Yeah, that would have been cool. But no, they just needed me for that particular thing, which is fine. And of course, I like all those guys. I wasn't particularly friendly with Mike Bucci, although we were friendly, but
Sure.
I got along really well with Mimi, and of course Stevie I knew from Tri-State, from day one, from his match as the Boy in the Hood.
Boy in the Hood. I forgot all about that.
At the Philadelphia FOP Lodge.
The Boy in the Hood.
Yeah, we sent him out there. Now I don't know if that was his first match. I always thought that was his very first match for us.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because him and Jannetty were the very first ECW match.
Right. That's what I remember hearing. And then in my mind, I'm thinking, wait a minute. I think he did something before that. Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that.
And it was at the FOP Lodge. Yeah.
Right. All right. Let me rewind for a second because something else I had seen in these match results that I had no idea of. Did you do a WCW job match too?
No. I did not. I know what you're talking about. I've heard that too, or I saw it somewhere. But no, I did not. And to my knowledge, there was not another Donnie Allen. Or anybody working under that name. But worked with some people who ended up going there one way or the other, or had been there. But no, I never did anything for them.
All right, now here's an interesting intertwined question that I was thinking. Being the fact that you were there through the TWA days, ECW days, and Stevie Wonderful was there for the TWA era, early ECW, and Steve did the music for the TWA ECW stuff. Did you and Steve ever discuss jamming? Two Delco guys, two musicians.
No, I don't remember that we did. I'm sure that we were aware. Maybe we did. We might have talked about it. And I did run into him 3-4 years ago. I was playing at a bar in Delco, and he's still in that area, I think. And he came in. And we did chat very briefly, and that was the first time I'd seen him in all those years. I had not seen him since the TWA days, but I immediately recognized him. It looked just like Stevie Wonderful, a little older, but it was him.
Yeah.
And
you can't miss that voice.
Right. That's true. But if we did discuss it, I don't remember any specifics about it. Maybe we compared some notes, but no. And I had not run into him in my travels, such as they were, in any of the venues or anything. So
interesting.
But yeah, I knew of it, and of course I knew that that's why he was involved with doing the music too, because that was part of his skill set, of course.
Now, with the music too, this was still. It's not like. You were doing all this stuff, and you were heavily involved, especially when ECW's schedule started getting really packed. You were still very intricate in being part of things and being there. And your music schedule is not a light schedule as well. How did you maintain both all these years?
Yeah, I just did what I could. If I had to turn something down, I turned it down. I tried to make myself as available as I could for the wrestling shows if if there were occasions when I couldn't make it work. Sometimes I did a double shot. I can remember doing several daytime wrestling events and then doing playing a bar that night, or even if it was close enough to where I was playing an evening wrestling show, but taking off early from the show. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how I did it. I couldn't do it today. There's a lot I can't do today, but I just did. I was just psyched up to do it, and I was a man on a mission, I guess. So one time I actually got lost. I got my bell rung during something at a show, and was driving to a venue that I'd played many times before, and found myself not remembering how to get there.
Oh wow!
For a good bit of time, I remember pulling off to the side of the road and trying to piece it together in my mind. Yeah, that only happened once, but it actually happened. Yeah.
Wow.
So, but I don't know how I did it, but I managed to do it. It's just like when my leg broke, I had bookings that summer, and I kept them all. I had to get a little bit of help, from the band, and
Sure.
but I, still carried my amp out of the car somehow, and hopping along, and I just made do. You find a way to do stuff when you're young.
Yeah, right. Now, did you stay with ECW up until the very end?
Yeah, yeah. I wasn't clued into anything. It essentially was when I knew there was a show and I could go, I would go. And of course, I was welcome to be there. Nobody ever said don't be here. Nobody ever said, "Hey, you're booked," or anything like that. It was just, and mind you, the reunion show that I did, where I ended up having a spot on it, that was the very same thing. And I was at another couple of those where I didn't do anything, but there was never anything booked or planned. I just showed up with my stuff. I said, "You need anything? I'm here." And that's the way it went. So those late '90s, I think the last time I did any kind of spot that made it to say broadcast to TV might have been '97. And I wrestled a singles match against the Equalizer, or Paulie B was his name. I don't know who he was. He was buddies with somebody. He was a tattooed up big guy that came to the shows. He was somebody's friend. I'm not sure whose. But I did a singles match against him, which was really designed to just be a minute thing until Taz came out to interfere. They were building up a Taz Bigelow feud.
Gotcha.
And so it was just an excuse for Taz to come out and shake and the two of us, and then Bigelow came, and then he called Bigelow out, and then they had a brawl. And that was on TV for a minute, and that was '97. I got hurt that night too. That was a hospital night. So, but I don't want to dwell on all that stuff really. But yeah, I took a kind of a nasty German and landed on my head on that one.
Jeez.
So I could not move my neck, and they thought I might have broken something. So they put me in a hard collar, and then I drove myself, like an hour to my local hospital facility. But anyway, just another night at the office.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
How about and you had already mentioned, like, after ECW, and you had an indie run in the 2000s.
Yeah, well, there was this thing called Liberty All Star Wrestling, which actually started in the '90s. You may have heard of it.
Maybe.
And a wonderful promoter / wrestler who ran the thing, and he was kind enough to give me a little bit of work. So we did. I know I worked on a couple things for you in the '90s.
Yeah.
I remember the Eddie Stone
show,
right? And Were you part? You were part of the thing at in Springfield, a show at the
Yeah,
big.
we did September. That was our very second. That was our second show we did. Was at September's Place,
Okay,
which is
right.
now Best Buy.
Yeah, right, right.
Yeah.
So I did something there for you and with you,
Hmm.
and then there was a gap, I think, and
Yes.
then early 2000s.
Hmm.
Again,
Started back up in '99 and went to '02.
So I
Yeah.
remember doing several of those shows, South Philly and somewhere out in the Coatesville or Collegeville, or I can't remember
Down.
where. Downingtown, maybe.
Yeah.
A couple of different things, and then there were the shows at the were the ones at the firehouse in Delco. Were
In
those
Glen Old.
yours?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank
Uh,
you.
right, but so those I did shows. The celebrity boxing dude Damon Feldman
Okay.
ran a bunch of shows that I was on, and I actually helped. God, talk about guys that sold tickets to be on those shows who absolutely were not even trained.
I worked one show for that guy.
Yeah, so I helped. Well, he was another guy. He also went to our high school, so he
Okay.
he would get hack involved. In fact, we did. This is a very obscure thing. A lot of people don't know about or remember. He did a pro boxer versus pro wrestler event locally. Where we grew up. This was around '97, so it was the height of Sand Mania, if you will. I mean, he was
Okay.
very popular. Um,
I kind
and
of remember it. Maybe who was it?
yeah, I'll tell you who was on the show refereeing was Mike Keener,
Okay.
because Mike and I ended up doing a little thing adjacent to that match, actually. But he and this guy Damon Feldman, who had been a middleweight prospect
Hmm.
until he hurt his neck and got out of the business. But then he became a promoter of
Hmm.
all sorts of things. Most famous now for doing celebrity boxing things around the
Yeah.
world, country. But he had this boxer versus wrestler thing with Sandman, and they both had gone to the high school there, so it was at one of the facilities near the high school, and Sandman had me as his second. Hired me to be his second for that match, and I ended up having a little schmoz up with Keener during it, and they were going to do
Who was the boxer?
Damon Feldman. He was a
Oh.
retired pro boxer, and his brother is
So
now.
he booked him. He booked himself in the gimmick.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely,
Sure.
absolutely.
Okay.
Well, because they all had friends and they were from the area, so they were trying
Yeah.
to,
Sell
they thought
tickets,
that was the
make money.
sell tickets, and the rest of the show was all wrestling. There was just they were the only show that involved boxing at all, and Hack didn't put on gloves. It was Hack versus the boxer.
Yeah.
It went like 3 rounds. It wasn't a great event, but I was involved in that, and that might have been one of the very first times I worked with Mike Keener, who of course
Mhm.
has been a great ref in for years and years and years, and worked for ECW for
Mhm.
quite a while. Shout out to Keener if he ever sees that. I haven't talked to him in a little while. One of my favorite people in the world.
Another good dude.
Worked
Amazing talent.
Yeah, just boy, if ever there was somebody who knows the business and is somebody that can lead you in the right direction if you need help, there's a guy. So yeah, the Liberty shows were great. I also picked up some work, so I did some of those Damon things around 2000 and I did a few random things along the way. I did a show or two. Remember the Bad Crew?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they hired. They took me up to Bethlehem or someplace up there. I did 1 or 2 things for
Okay.
them. So just random stuff as if somebody called. I mean, I wasn't really seeking work, but I was keeping my hand in it. And then this guy Chris Sutton, had
Mhm.
a thing called ACPW, and he was
Right.
also local to Delaware County, and he ran a training facility for a while that was near me, so I was helping train guys there, and then he ran some
Yeah, a bunch
shows.
of guys who keep in touch with me, they were messaging me. They were all excited. They said you had trained them, and
Yeah, yeah. I mean, or at least I helped.
yeah,
There's several guys, and it was
bunch of good
also
guys.
it was also because it was located where it was, and there wasn't any place near Delaware County where there was a ring. Uh,
Sure.
I met a lot of other people that showed up there. I remember Simply Luscious, the female wrestler.
Yeah, yeah.
She was there a couple of times. Black G's, who were
Okay. Mhm.
back then he was Sabian. That's where I
Mhm.
met him for the first time training there. Devin Moore, some of the names out of Philly that ended up doing quite a bit of work for CZW and people like that. Met them. Drew Blood, um,
Mhm.
guys that I ran into in a lot of shows. There were also there was the guy from Philly who I think he had a comic store, and he ran some shows called Kapow. K-
Capel, yeah, the pirate, Bill.
yeah,
Yeah.
KPOW. Um, and they were up in Kensington at
Mhm.
a old skating rink or something. The
Yeah.
two of those shows, but the thing about those is there were a lot of people on them that went on to do stuff. I mean, some of the Chikara guys, like my
Mhm.
earliest times running into them. Reckless Youth
Yeah.
was on some of those shows. Um, Trent Acid
Mhm.
and Johnny Cashmere and Josh Daniels and Quiet
Mhm.
Storm and guys who were big indie names throughout the first decade of the 2000s and some beyond that. Um, the ACPW shows, and I was on a ton of those. And and thank you, Chris, if you ever hear this, because you know, he was offering me to do stuff, and I was the vet, in that locker room, which
Right.
hard for me to consider, but I'm in there with guys, uh, some of whom were really good
Was that weird?
talents.
Was that weird for you?
It
Was now
was, yeah,
everybody was looking up to you?
yeah. People were deferring to me, and I'm like, me? I'm the guy that gets his ass kicked. I don't know, but it was cool. I had to learn to lead matches, which I didn't ever get the opportunity to do
Right.
throughout my first 10 years in the business. My thing was to be led or make sure you're in the right spot, you know, be there on time for this spot. It, but I was never leading matches. It just wasn't the thing. And slowly I got to a point where I felt much more comfortable doing that. And, I was glad for that experience. I saw and worked with a lot of people that went on to become pretty big talents. Adam Cole was
Mhm.
on as a rookie, was on some of those shows. Drew Gulak
Mhm.
was on some of those shows. Uh, Other names I should remember that are escaping me. Um, Chris Wilde, who still does a
Mhm.
lot of work. He works for Zanoli and Michael Bruno's version of the ECWA. He's still around.
Right.
Breaker Morant is still
Mhm.
around. Wrestled against him a few times. You know, decent talents and guys who have made some contribution locally and even outside of local. So and that was that. I'm probably forgetting a few things, but that was basically it. The last match was October 2012. So
Wow, that long ago. Okay.
yeah, yeah. Um, Thought about it. I mean, I've only been in a ring once since then, and that was another training place where I went and visited and spent a little time. But
If
um,
somebody asked you to do something now, what would your answer be?
it depends what they want me to do. I mean, it's hard for me to be around it and not be able to go. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
Yeah. Exactly.
I would love to think that I could go, but I also am pretty sure that I couldn't do it and be safe either for my uh, dance partner or for me.
Yeah.
Mainly because of my knees. I mean, the rest of me, I could. I mean, I'm not in the kind of shape that I would want to be in cardio wise, but um, the knees are really bad. You know, it's hard. It just even going up and down steps is not
Yeah.
easy a lot of times, and especially like gigs, you know, music gigs where I'm carrying stuff in and
Whole equipment and all. Yeah.
go up and down steps in the venues it's a real struggle sometimes. And yet we've all seen guys who don't walk very well anymore go in and do matches, whether it's Terry or Steve Austin, you know, guys who
Hogan.
Hogan, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what I'd say. I know that I would certainly get excited thinking about it, and I miss it. I mean, you miss you. I can't speak for my brothers and sisters out there that are in my position, but there are literally times when I just miss that physical feeling of grabbing the headlock and somebody backing me into the ropes and shooting me off and
Right.
taking the tackle or something. And yet I watch what kids are doing in the ring now, and it's not my
A
taste.
whole nother world.
It's not my taste in wrestling.
Yeah.
The the flip flopping and the no selling of what should be a finish, and all that what they've made crowds accustomed to.
Yeah.
Um, it to me is so antithetical to what I thought we were supposed to be doing, which is making it look like a fight. And guys are standing around waiting to catch somebody or whatever. It's just
Right.
it's not my personal taste in wrestling. Nor was the hardcore stuff, even though I was around it
Really? Okay.
and had obviously was exposed to it and did a tiny little bit of it. I mean, took my share of chair shots and whatnot. But it's not my taste. My taste is, I hate to say it's like more Japanese style, but in a way it is.
Hmm.
Uh, from when I was a kid, the Jack Briscoes and the Billy Robinsons, I, as such a big fan, struggled as a kid with people not taking my sport right
Sure.
seriously, because what we were exposed to in the Northeast during most of that time was Vince McMahon Sr.'s version of pro wrestling. And even though many of those athletes were great wrestlers and tough SOBs, it if you watch those old, I keep losing my angle here. If you watch those old TV shows, and especially the job guys and the enhancement guys on those shows, they were very poor, most of them, and the
Mhm.
work is not great, and it's and then you had all the cartoonish gimmicks in the 80s and that sort of thing. But primarily when I was a kid, I longed for people to take it as seriously as I took it, because I still saw this value in it from a sports standpoint,
Right.
aside from all the gimmick stuff. And when I first got exposed to wrestling from the South,
Mm.
Florida Championship Wrestling in the 70s, where it just seemed, and Gordon Soley, right? And he sounded grim and serious, and the and the
With the
arena
souffle.
was a little dark and grim and serious, and the athletes didn't seem cartoons. They looked
Yeah.
like real dudes in there fighting and wrestling. And of course, I also came from an amateur wrestling background, so whenever I saw somebody who clearly had a background in wrestling or even in judo or something, even at that young age, I may not have known exactly what I was seeing, how it was different from what I was used to seeing in the Northeast, but it was, and it felt, and I wanted to grab people, although I could only see championship wrestling from Florida by sneaking down from my bedroom to the basement at like midnight or 1 a.m. when it was being shown on UHF. But that's where I saw it. I'm like, this is like what I've been dreaming of. It's like a real sport. It's my sport, but it's being treated like a real sport. And I can't tell you, it was like a whole world opened up when I saw that style. And of
Wow.
course, now having learned all about it and studied, and I understand the difference in the territories and all that. But that was amazing to me. So that, to this day, that's my idea of pro wrestling. Yes, it's a show, but it just seems more like an athletic competition. And so
Totally.
when I see 28 finishers in a match, when I see 28 super kicks, and it sounds like the old man going, "Hey, get off my lawn," it's just not my taste.
Yeah.
The athleticism is off the charts, and they do things that in a million years I could never do, and that most of the people that were great 20, 30, 40 years ago wouldn't think of doing, because it's just not my idea of pro wrestling.
So do you still watch the product today, like consistently, or just casually here
Yeah,
and there?
no, I don't watch it on TV a lot. I check it online, and when I know it's workers that whose work I enjoy, like this somebody like a Drew Gulak, for instance, I love watching him work. He's like an old school worker. Yes, he can
Mhm.
do some of the modern stuff and does it, and he could probably do more of it, but it just looks like somebody who knows how to wrestle and is tough. And yet, to me as a worker, I can see, oh, this guy's a great worker too. That he knows how to be a pro wrestler, and I enjoy that type of product. So I watch it, and sometimes you'll get that within a match that also has the other stuff that I don't like, and I don't know. I appreciate all of it. I watch even stuff I don't particularly like. I can get something from it. So yeah, I keep an eye on it, and I have some people I enjoy watching more than others, but I like to see what's going on. So yeah,
How about the which we didn't touch on, the whole $4.99 gimmick?
I must tell you that I don't know exactly who came up with that idea, because clearly somebody made a decision to bestow that upon me and allow me to have that. I must think that it was a combination of Todd Gordon and Bill Apter, maybe. And there was also a photographer who worked for PWI. Well, I got kind of friendly with a few of their people because they were local
Right.
to Philly. And so you would meet them. And a guy named Bob Smith, I
Mhm.
became, not friendly. And of course, this is before Facebook. So it's not
Sure.
like we were in touch. But you would just see them at the shows, and you would talk to them and, get friendly that way. A guy named Jason Lavin, who was a ringside photographer for a while in the early 90s and took tons of shots that ended up in PWI. Those two guys, and then Mr. Apter,
Right.
the king. And I think they just, for whatever reason, they liked me. And whether Todd asked them if they would do it, or I really don't know. It's something someday I may ask Todd about that. I'm not exactly sure. I certainly wasn't lobbying for anything like that. Was the furthest thing from my mind that would happen. And when I found out about it, it was amazing. And
If Todd will ever sit down and chew the fat with me, I have to ask him.
okay, well, I'll advocate for you. I would understand his position too.
Sure.
It's no fun to hear people take shots, at you, I guess. And look, everybody is entitled to their feelings and their truth. I could just say, from my standpoint, I never had a bad dealing with him, and he was just incredibly generous to me. I mean, and when I say generous, I'm not talking about a money thing, but just
Yeah.
in terms of allowing me to be part of what he was doing. And I hope it's because I could contribute something. And I'm sure that was part of it, because he is a businessman. So I'm sure he loved his parents, but he didn't have his parents at the shows, right? So I assume he felt that I was contributing something that was worthwhile. And he said something about me in his book that also freaked me out. But and I don't even know what to say about it. But he said,
I don't know if you should say it, because
all right,
I
well,
have
then I
to read
won't.
the book.
Yeah, but he
Have
mentioned.
you read the book?
Oh, I read the parts that involved me, which was one. No, I've read most of it. I have it, and I've read piecemeal. Like I'll just open it up if I have a minute, and I'll just start reading. And you do kind of keep reading it.
Yeah.
And I read a whole lot of it when it was about to be sold, and they put a chapter or two online, as they
Okay.
do sometimes on Amazon or whatever. So I haven't
got
read
it.
it start to finish. I see it frequently because it's sitting on a shelf in my kitchen, and I see it. But I rarely. I mean, I get a newspaper every day for some reason. I still do, and sometimes it takes me a month before I even read that. But he let me. He actually, and I hadn't been in touch with him in years and years and years. But
Okay.
when I heard the book was coming out, I didn't have his number anymore, or an email or anything, but
Mhm.
I sent an email to the general email at his store,
Okay.
and in the hopes that he would see it or somebody would give it to him. And it was just me, congratulating him on the book and thanking him again, which I hadn't had a chance to do in decades, really, for the opportunities that he gave me. And he reached back, and he said thank you, and he sent me a screenshot of the page where he mentioned me in the book. So that's how I found out that I was in there, is that I reached out to him just out of the blue to say, "Hey, I heard about the book. Great, congrats!" And he sent that back to me. So um, that was pretty cool. It was pretty cool,
That's
and I won't say anything more about it. But I mean, it was,
Yeah, I gotta read it. Don't spoil it for
yeah.
me.
Um, but like I said, I hope it's because I was a contributor, and did something to make it a better a better deal for everybody.
That's awesome. So, all right, let me run down just a few more quick questions,
Sure,
little
sure.
one-off questions, and then I'm going to go through all the comments. Um, Looking back on your career, favorite match of your career?
Hmm. 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 Wow.
It's a tough. Isn't it a tough question?
It is, actually, because you would think. I mean, as far as actually being able to do, get in some offense and stuff like that, most of that happened in the 2000s. In that
Right.
latter part. Um, wow, I haven't thought of that. And then, and it may have been a match with somebody that nobody knows, or
Right.
is
That don't
rarely
matter.
heard of or whatnot. But oh, this is terrible, Bay. At 2 or 3 hours in, I don't want to keep anybody waiting, but I'm not really sure.
All right. Let me.
And
This could be
I'm
a.
fond
This
of
could be a.
different ones for different reasons too. Like I'm fond of some where I didn't do particularly well, but of who I was working with, and then there's others where I thought I worked better. Um, I think I'm gonna say this one for now, since
Okay.
I want to give you an answer. Tag match, Stetson and I against Raven and Richards
Oh,
at the
okay.
arena, where uh, it was a championship match. They were the tag champs. We were disqualified, so we won the match, and we grabbed the belts, or maybe we were handed them. I don't think they wouldn't have handed them to us, but somehow we got the belts. And you see me on the TV shot. I took the belt, and it was upside down, but I put it around my waist upside down. I'm just going, yeah, yeah, we're the champs, And then those guys who were involved in some kind of schmoz with the Dudleys and somebody else. There was like three different tag teams who were really fighting for the championship
Yeah.
right, and they were brawling somewhere else in the building. And when they announced that we won the match on a DQ, Scotty and Stevie came running back to attack us and smashed us from behind. While we had the belts, and we're going, yeah, we're the champs. So that was just, there was something really cool about that, and those guys were great to work with. I mean, Stevie obviously great worker and a great guy, and Scotty was always really nice to me and really generous when he didn't have to be, as I would say for pretty much everybody, right down to like people you wouldn't even expect, like Abby. Like, you know, I managed Abdullah for Joel
Right.
twice in very early on in my career
How scary is that?
at spot shows, right? One in Maryland and one, and they were both against Bigelow. So yeah, that was something. And those guys didn't particularly like each other, from what I could gather. So yeah, it was pretty crazy. There was one, we did the one where I didn't know what to do. You know, you're managing Abdullah, so somebody said, "Well, you put a towel over your head or something." I don't know. If I was supposed to be an Arab or what I was supposed to be doing, but I go out there with a towel on my head, and I was kind of aping him a little bit. And at one point, Abby turned to me in the ring and he goes, "Don't act like me." So, yeah. So okay, yes, sir. And then at one point I was holding on to Bigelow's leg, and he kicked me off, and then he picked me up and he gorilla press slammed me.
Jeez.
And I took that and I rolled out of the ring, and they never told me to do anything else. So I stayed there the rest of the match selling. And people were actually shouting at me in the crowd, like, come on, you can get up. It wasn't that bad. And I wanted to I wanted to say, you tell
Yeah.
Bam Bam it wasn't that bad and get up.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you know, so and in my mind, I'm saying I am staying right here until they either come to get me or till they go home, and then I'll work my way up. So that was, yeah. But so, you know, even a guy like that, I don't know why. I mean, somebody as green as I was being allowed to do that, and they didn't fuck with me too much. Luck, just luck, and
That part, the second part of that is luck. Yes.
yeah.
Because you weren't a guy that, you know, ruffled feathers, and you were respectful, and you understood the business. You understood how it worked.
Mm.
So people didn't purposely aim out to try to hurt you.
And I guess, you know, I mean, I was never out for anybody's spot. That's for
Right.
sure. And part of that was because I didn't necessarily think I deserved to, but also I saw a place for myself, which was not up here. It was down here as you know, part of the foundation of the locker room or whatever that could help get the product over or get other guys over. And
Right.
that was, you know, I saw that as kind of my job to do. And so whatever that took was okay with me. And the little bit of glory that you got from being on TV or being in the ring with, you know, with a legendary worker or something like that, that was plenty for me. That was way more than enough. I certainly didn't need to shine in any way. It was, you know, internally I was shining just being able to do that. So, yeah.
Do you have a scariest moment?
Oh, there were a few. Some I wasn't conscious for. Yeah, I would say the Aztec Club, which was
Okay.
an indoor-outdoor facility down on the Delaware waterfront, and I'm pretty sure this was an Eastern show.
Yeah,
In
I
fact,
worked it.
yeah, Eastern show, and the ring was set up on this hardwood deck.
Yes.
Out in the sunlight, and I was managing Damian Stone,
Okay.
Little Guido, Nunzio, James, and against Tommy Cairo.
Okay.
And we did a spot where he was out. Damian was outside the ring, and Tommy again press slammed me over his head and threw me out. So Damian was not a big guy. I was not a big guy, but if you're trying to catch somebody that's coming from a from a slam up here in the ring
Yeah.
down, and you're the only one there. And if Tommy doesn't get me exactly where I need to be, now I'm not laying the blame on him. It could have happened with anybody, but there wasn't 2 or 3 guys there to catch me. It was
Right.
one guy, and didn't go well. And I almost missed him entirely. I mean, I think my leg might have hit him, but the rest of me hit the deck.
Oh.
And I don't remember doing it, but because I hurt my shoulder, I know I must have. I extended an arm to try to break my fall and smacked the side of my head on the deck and was knocked out. And the next thing I remember was, and they told me they had to carry me. There were these steps up into a bar area that was our
dressing room. Yeah.
Next thing I remember was coming to up there, and I traveled to the show with Glenn, that particular show, and I couldn't remember where my car was, and that was nasty and could have been so much worse. I mean, how I didn't literally crack my skull on that, I don't know, but that was a tough one. There was a match at the sports bar.
Okay.
I can't remember who was involved, except that I know that Sandman was against us. It might have been a tag match, but I was managing, and I was up on he pulled me up off the floor to the apron, and he had me by the neck. He's gonna haul off and hit me, and he hit me, but I went to take the bump, but he held on to me for a second.
Okay.
And then he shoved me off, and I was just awkward in that happening, and I hit the floor, the concrete floor, right on my tailbone, on my ass, and my legs went completely numb.
Ooh.
And it took a few minutes for the feeling to come back, and in the meantime, I literally was crawling around ringside, selling, but also hoping that I was going to get feeling back in my legs, because that would suck if I was paralyzed. And I saw this happen to Teddy once at a show with Pulsations, where he lost all the feeling in his legs, Rocco Rock. But this is what happened to me, and the feeling did finally come back, but then I was so badly hurting on that thing that I couldn't sit. Literally couldn't sit. Even at work, I had to stand for like a week. I couldn't sit right. And the bruising, my entire ass was black and blue. I mean, it was the damnedest thing you ever saw. And I made the mistake of showing it to somebody in the locker room a week or 2 later at another show. It was still really bad. And whoever that was kept bringing people over. Donnie, show me your ass. Show me your ass. So, including Lori, including Hack's wife, because she knew it was from a match with him. And so I remember, here you go. I had to moon her, so that she could see all the bruising. And to this day, one of my ass cheeks has a different sort of shape than the other. I'm not lying, because there was like a giant hematoma or something in there.
Oh my God.
It never like fully dissipated or something. So I've got one ass cheek that kind of goes out like that. I mean, maybe you wouldn't see it, but I know it's there. I can feel it, and it's been like that ever since that match. So that was a tough one. There's been a lot of them. There's been a lot of them, but it's not bad.
Here is an important question before I get into all the comments that were
okay. Your stamina is tremendous, by the way, during these. How long was Stevie Wonderful's? You said it was 5 hours.
5.5 hours.
Oh my Lord. I watched a bit of it, and it was very intense, but I didn't have the time to get all through it. I will revisit it.
It was deep. That was, look, I'll tell you what, and I told him this, and I don't think I've said this on here. I've been doing interviews now. I mean, technically for 20 years, because I started doing interviews when I was doing the AM radio show.
Was it the top rope something or other?
Top Rope Radio.
Yeah, sure, I remember.
Yeah, but and which I had Todd on. I interviewed Bobby Eaton and others.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
I've been doing entertainment consistently, entertainment interviews for over 10 years now, and I've done over 1,000 interviews in the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
The interview I did with Stevie was definitely the longest interview I've ever done, but probably it's definitely top 2 or 3 most like emotional, deepest interview I ever did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was deep.
Hmm.
But okay, so how does a person like you, Don, who's been involved in the music business for many years,
Mm-hmm.
involved in the wrestling business, in the world that we are in now with social media, have no social media?
Yeah, it's. I have a certain fear of certain technologies. I don't know. It's just it. I pick stuff up like 20 years after the fact. The fact that I'm doing this, I did an interview for that gentleman from Australia, that,
California,
right, California, who
California.
that you hooked me up with.
I love
He was after me for a year to do this, and I kept putting them off, mainly because I had a fear of even trying to do it for no good reason, really. It's just I don't know. It's just a funky thing. So the social media thing, I don't know. I'm able, uh, a lot of the bands that I work with, and I freelance, so I work with a lot of different bands. But
Okay.
most of them have Facebook pages at the least, and I'm certainly on there on videos and pictures and this and that. And so but what I really want to do is get a page simply for wrestling stuff, and then get digitized a lot of the stuff that I had not yet from old tapes. Some things I'm probably not allowed to put on there if they belong to Vince or whoever owns it now.
I
Um,
mean, unless if it's not TV, then it doesn't
yeah,
matter.
maybe, but I mean, stuff pops up on YouTube sometimes, and then it'll disappear, and then somebody else will put it up. And
Yeah,
I imagine if it's stuff that's all in Peacock, maybe that's part of the problem. But I have
yeah.
so many other things, and I have private tapes, stuff that friends or family members maybe took over the years. Or I've got like a 12 minutes singles match I did with JT at
Hmm.
Pulsations
Okay.
in 2004, yikes, 1994,
Okay.
that no one has ever seen. That, yeah, stuff like that I would post.
Hmm.
Certainly tons of old music videos. So I really would love to have
You,
one music page, one wrestling
oh,
related page,
you
and
have to.
and post all that stuff up, little by little, that sort of thing.
Have you put out any more like original music? I remember you put an album
Um,
out. I mean, that was a
three
while ago.
Right, 3 albums. The last one that we put out was in 2008,
Okay.
so it's been quite a while. I have one done. I mean, I actually started tracking for it in right before the pandemic shut down, and it's finished along with. I mean, there's more than I can even use for it. It's not mastered yet, but it's mixed. It's done. Um, I have a song that's a wrestling adjacent or related that I originally wrote a bunch of years ago, and then more recently changed the lyrics to reflect just the experience of I'm not even sure how to describe it, but it's kind of about wrestling and about the brothers and sisters who had a hard time dealing with the aftermath of their careers and that sort of thing, and has a key line in it, is um, limping towards salvation, leaping into oblivion, and just thinking about your number one drug, the roar of the crowd. Now the voices in your head are twice as loud.
Wow.
Um, Only your brothers know how you feel. Stuff like that, and the song's called Toe to Toe. So I actually had that chorus, which was not really thought of about wrestling when I first wrote the chorus, which is just so we go toe to toe. Could have been about a relationship, but then I developed these lyrics that are more about that.
Sure.
Uh, when they told you were insane, it was, or when you told me you were insane, it was the sanest thing you ever did. Just stuff thinking about guys like Sabu that deserve, so much more than they've gotten out of what they did for the business, and what they did to themselves for people's entertainment and stuff like that.
Right.
So I bring this up not only because that song will be on the next thing that I put out because it's done, but I thought, wow, WrestleMania is in Philly this year, and everybody's going to be talking about ECW because ECW is from Philly. And this was months before they said Heyman was going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Mhm.
I thought, oh, if I could capitalize on that, and when I say capitalize, I'm not even talking about monetarily. I just thought, what a chance to get ears and eyeballs on my work
Sure.
with that unique relationship between the music and the wrestling, by getting that out there on streaming services. And I'm sure, old friends that, like Mike Johnson, a PW Insider, and those are
Mhm.
all guys that I stay friendly with. They would publicize it. They'd put a blurb or something on there for me.
Of course.
All these thousands of people are coming here from around the world, and lapping up, whether it's a convention or an autograph thing or whatever. Here's something else that we could put out there. But I just never got my shit together to do it. Sad to say.
God.
I know, it's stupid. And I'm still going to do all that. It's not going to happen in time for WrestleMania. But
Right.
So yeah, that's just to show how pathetic I am in terms of that sort of thing. And that's always been the problem with my music, my original music. I'm good at creating it, like it or not like it, but at least I'm good at making it and getting it out there. But the business end of it is where I've always sucked.
I've always said this, probably like in discussions with like Frank Cody and stuff. I'm like, I don't understand why Donnie doesn't like utilize, in those days, early days of social media, but
Yeah.
also too, you have the whole other outlet of the wrestling world that would come out and support you even more so.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't have an explanation or a good excuse. It's just opportunities lost, And now I go, I'm really kind of long in the tooth for it, but I still go out and play, and I still make the music. So there, maybe somebody would dig it.
I'm sure.
I don't think it sounds like old man music, but what do I know?
Whether it does or not, it doesn't matter, because people do love and respect you, and I'm sure would love to know that other side of you that they don't even
know. Yeah, a few do, but not a lot.
Few do.
I remember giving my first CD to Bubba.
Okay.
And then I remember telling him I was making a second one. He goes, come on, Donnie, you got to do something heavy for the boys. Like, most of those guys, especially then, most of those guys were in the heavier stuff.
Yeah.
Jerry Lynn, like you look at Jerry Lynn, and you think he's just, nice, clean cut, average guy. Well, Jerry Lynn is like a death metal head. And
Really?
so,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So and still to this day, I know he is. So we used to talk about music, and he'd go, yeah, I'm into, the bleeding buttholes or, whatever it was. Right. It was not my style. I mean, I'll listen to anything once and see what's going on. But yeah, and he can even make that, like how Glenn used to be able to do that with his voice.
Yeah.
And do the metal, which if I did, I'd need my throat replaced. But that's what Jerry can do. That, like, he can make that sound. That's what he's into.
Funny.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. What a good guy he is, man.
Yeah.
All
right.
In fact, I saw Kathy Fitzpatrick. I hadn't been to a wrestling related thing in like 10 years. And I went down to a thing at the arena. It was the first time I'd been there in well over 10 years.
How different is it now? It's like, it's not even, in my eyes, it's not even the arena no more.
It's different, but it's the same. I mean, the basic room where we worked is really not that different. It's still kind of a big warehousey looking place.
Yeah.
The embellishments around it are nicer, and there's a bar over here, and the dressing rooms are nicer. But man, when you walk in the back door from the parking lot, you don't feel like it's that different. At least not to me. Not
Right.
to me. But so I went to this thing, and a bunch of the ECW guys were there. It was I guess Battleground Championship Wrestling is the promotion, but they do these icon
Yeah.
conventions or whatever, and was invited down, and I happened to have the time that day, so I went down and saw. It was nice. Of course, I saw Meanie, but I stay in touch with Meanie. He's one of the people I've stayed in touch with.
Are you going to Meanie Mania? Is the question.
You mean at the bar in South
And
Philly?
McCuskers, yeah.
No, I don't think I'll be going there.
The main reason I want to come up for WrestleMania
Mm-hmm.
is just to go to Meanie Mania.
I hear you. Well, they're having a show. There's a Friday night show down at the arena that the Battleground is running, and a good number of the people are going to be there.
I would love to just fly in, go to Meanie Mania, go over and see, because I think they're doing a banner for Bubba and Devon.
Right. They're on that show. Yeah.
Yeah, be there for that and then come home.
Right. Well, I don't. Yeah. I mean, I didn't. There was a show that night. I didn't stick around for it. You would have had to wait a couple hours anyway. But it was nice. I saw Shane. I saw Francine. People I just haven't seen in a while, and got to got a kiss from Fonzie.
Hey, Daddy.
But he was there with like his niece and nephew or something, little kids. There's something cool about that. And saw Jerry Lynn for a second. Saw Big Al. Saw 911, who of course threatened to choke slam me. I come walking up to him. He goes, "Donnie," and his kid, who wrestles.
Oh, really?
His kid wrestles for the promotion out of GCW, I guess. Game Changer.
Okay. Game Changer. Okay.
Yeah, he's known as Big Effin' Vin. I guess his name is Vincent or Vinny. Nice guy. Nice guy. Looks a lot like Al. Not quite as big, but few are. Nice guy, and he works in the business somewhat. And somebody else I ran into. Anyway, it was cool, but Todd wasn't at that one. He's been to one of those or two. But yeah, it was cool.
Cool.
It was cool. But I get it's just you forget the years that have gone by, and you go, "Oh, I just wish I could do it again." But I'm not sure if I could.
You never know.
Hey, well, I'm waiting for that. If Joel runs that show, if I'm invited, I will be there. I don't know what I can do, but I'll be there. Maybe I can sing the Star Spangled Banner.
All right, let's run through these comments. Donnie, you cut a pretty good promo before the stand hat. Yeah, that was the thing. Like that you guys, even Ernesto, he could talk. Like there was something there that could have been done with you guys.
That was the only time that we were ever allowed to do it, and that I was ever asked to do anything like that. And I don't know. It was, again, that was a complete surprise. Just as we didn't know we were working Hanson until they told us we were gonna, and then they said, go upstairs. We were doing promos upstairs, some area, the other area of the arena that was part of the Viking club or something, and we went up there, and they didn't tell us what to say. They didn't do anything. Paulie was doing the announcing, and I said, "Do you want us to say anything?" He goes, "No, just say whatever comes to mind." And that's exactly what we did. It was one take, all improv. And that was it. And I thought we did pretty good considering.
That's awesome. And another question has popped in my head now. You were never also a person that would be back at the Travelodge and involved in that whole scene.
No. Well, first of all, I don't drink. Didn't then, don't now. Never did. Didn't do any drugs. And although the idea of maybe hanging out with the boys and seeing the other sites had some appeal, a lot of times, if it was a Friday night, I had to work the next morning,
right?
Because I worked every Saturday for years during that time, and or maybe I didn't have anything other than a gig to get ready for, or whatever it was. And it might have been my age again, because at that time, by the time that was going on, I was in my early 30s, right?
Right.
So it didn't have an appeal to me. I mean,
Right.
you know, I get my jollies, in the bars playing, and that's where I get to see people and all that stuff. But I'm not really a social animal outside of that. That's my social time, and otherwise I just as soon sit down in front of a microwave pizza and relax. So yeah, it was not my scene. I knew what was going on, and I
Oh,
certainly got plenty of firsthand reports at the time, and
you missed fun.
yeah, but it was not my kind of fun. I literally
Yeah.
my partying was playing music, or you know being in, or near that ring,
Right.
and the accoutrements, it was not what I was doing it. And so yeah, I mean, I drove past it. I had to drive past it on my way to and from the show, and I
Uh,
was over there once or twice because I needed to pick somebody up and give them a ride. So I was at the Cylinder of Sin
the
uh,
cylinder of sin. Yes.
a few times. And that's another thing, and I'm sure we'll have to talk again at some point. But there's a million stories that I think I can safely tell now, and I still, nothing that buries anybody. But a part of my gopher stuff at those shows
Right.
in the '90s was, if somebody was hurt and needed to get to the hospital. I made a lot of those trips where I ended up missing the rest of the night's show
Hmm.
because I was sitting in a waiting room with Anthony Pitbull or with Sabu or something like that. So there's all sorts of
Wow.
there's a lot of stuff that
Hmm.
if people are interested, could
I'm
be talked
sure.
about.
Absolutely.
Um, that whole thing with the guy that got burned with Cactus and Terry and the
Oh, right. Right.
thing. I got a phone call from a lawyer, sort of a phone deposition about that.
Really.
Yeah, all sorts of stuff. But I, you know, through it all, my whole thing was, I am, you know, as safely and as ethically as I can to my own moral code. I'm not giving up. I'm not putting anybody in a bad position. So,
Right.
um, you know, stuff was, and again, I hope that that's one of the reasons that Todd and even Paul, kept me around to
Sure.
all that time, was because they knew they could trust me, and
They knew that.
they
Yeah.
could. Yeah, and I when that deposition thing, or that phone call, maybe it wasn't a true deposition. I think they wanted to see if I had something to say that could be used
Hmm.
when I got that call. And I just told them what I knew. I went with that guy to the
Yeah.
hospital, the guy that got burned.
Right.
I took him to the
Interesting.
hospital. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, I didn't lie. And that guy, I'll say it even now, the little bit I'll say, he did not seem unhappy in the least that any of that happened. I mean, not that he would have chosen to be in
Sure.
it, but the fact that it happened because he was there at ringside and wanted to be there and was such a huge fan, I got nothing negative
Yeah.
in that whole thing. And that's God's honest truth.
That's
So,
hysterical.
yeah.
All right. Did Stan Hansen shoot on you?
No, he was just Stan Hansen. I don't think he shot on me. I think he did what he does. And, I happen to be a little guy. I mean, much bigger now, but, I was a short guy with not terribly bulky. I was bulkier than Ernie, who looked much better than me. But we were not big guys,
Right.
and that's what you expect. I knew what he was all about, and I was I don't want to say I was ready for it, but I guess I was ready for it. You don't hope that somebody's going to hurt you, but you knew he was going to lay it in.
Oh yeah.
And he did, again, to his credit, he did in the back. I remember him standing there, the sweat running down his face, and a big mustache with a spin in it, and going, "Yeah, I can't see what I'm hitting, and I can't hit what I'm seeing." That was his exact words as he, I think I was sitting in a chair and he was standing over me. But I didn't go, "Mr. Hansen, you hurt me." I didn't say a word about that. I said, "Thank you," but he knew, I think he knew he had clipped me pretty good. And that's what he said. And I'm like, "Hey, that's life in the big city, no complaints. No complaints."
A lot of those old early ECW shows looked like some matches were shoots.
The mindset, and some of the guys would say to you, and some wouldn't, but you knew it, was they were trying to get over. And in that time, in that era, and in that promotion, they knew that the crowd would not take you seriously unless you were doing a comedy gimmick. But otherwise, you had to work super tight. I will say that there was one or two guys that I felt might have been reckless, needlessly reckless. But I don't begrudge any of them for being rough, because that was what we were doing.
Yeah.
And no one forced me to go out there. Took a couple of nasty bumps, and it's just the way it is. And I watched some of them, and I don't know how I got up after some of them.
Right.
But no, for the most part, it was understood. And there was even guys that would come up to you. I remember, I'm not gonna, I don't even want to mention names here, but one of the boys who came up before a match that I was going to be with him, he goes, "Listen, would you mind during the match if I did this?" And he just starts pepper me in the head, in the back. He goes, would that be cool out there? And I said, "Yeah, okay." And he hit me harder out there, but in the back, I would go, "What the fuck?" But not really. I mean, I'm like, okay, at least he's warning me. This is what I'd like to do, and asking me if it's okay. Maybe if I said no, he would have done it anyway. Or some guys maybe would have gotten pissed off and go, "Oh, fuck him, I'll do this." But it was never, that part of it was never an issue. It's just, there's always going to be a risk when you're in there. That's all.
Yeah.
And I know how some of those guys work. Other guys, smooth, no problem.
Let's see. Can you talk about the Kiss parody, which we already talked about?
Just lucky to be asked to be involved. It was a blast. Even getting caned afterwards, which hurt like hell. Those things hurt. If anybody is not sure of that, even after all these years, those things hurt.
Yeah.
Even when they break and he does it, they still hurt. And let me tell you something about Hack. From an athletic standpoint, that guy's aim with that cane was unbelievable. No matter what condition he was in, and no matter what kind of wild shit was going on, he had an ability to target and hit exactly where he wanted to hit. Unfortunately, that was usually somebody's head.
Yeah.
But it was uncanny. Like, I couldn't. It was like a shooting gallery. Like, what are the odds that you're going to get that duck every time? He was unbelievable, and I saw him do it hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Where you would go, how does he do that?
He don't know.
But people say, does that hurt, or you were like wailing like a pig? Great sell. I wasn't selling.
Yeah.
It hurt, and I wailed like a pig. But it was part of what he did, and I knew it was coming. So all good.
DGA Place Favorite says hi.
Hey.
Freedom speech. Mr. 420 is here. Woo!
Well, 499 says hello 420. By
Dawn
the way, I
says
was I was 500 the first year, 499 the second,
second.
498 the third, and then I was off the list.
Oh,
And the other rib on that, and I to this day I don't know who was responsible, but I think it was Apter, but I'm not sure. The rib on that, and it lives on forever now, is that they listed my height as 5'10".
yeah, I've seen that in some things. As I was like
Right.
5'10".
Right. And the thing is, when people see that online now, because all they're doing is they're just repeating what they got from that all those years
Yeah.
ago. And I mean, in my dreams, I'm 5'6". But yeah, it's funny because sometimes I'll meet people and they'll have seen that and they're meeting me for the first time and they're like, "What?" Yeah.
Where's the other 6 inches?
Well, all right, we'll keep this family.
All right.
But I've been asked, where's that? So, okay.
All right. TM. So TM is. Do you remember Tom Mishnick?
Oh, Tom Misnick, how are you, bud?
Yeah.
What a good dude.
All right. So he says, agreed. Donnie is one of the nicest guys I met in ECW. Always great chatting with him before the shows and getting to hear his music. Still have his CDs.
There you go. Well, there's one new one that we're going to sell when it drops, or that you'll be able to stream. Tom, you'll be able to stream it.
There you go.
I'll make sure you can get it. Good to hear from him.
Tony Brennan. Larry's Beach Boy partner was Eddie Miranda.
Eddie Miranda. Yep. In fact, I remember, and Paul, although Heyman was not at that NWF taping that I worked on with Drake, he was involved with the NWF because I've seen stuff that he was involved with. He did announcing or something.
Yeah. And a lot of people have said, like, they're surprised because Drake, had Paul involved a lot in the NWF stuff.
Yeah.
And they're surprised that Paul didn't reciprocate.
Well, no, I don't know what the relationship was all about, but I do know that I remember, and this is super random too, but that at one of the McGonigal Hall shows for TWA that Paul was at, I remember him greeting Larry Winters in the back and then mentioning something about the Beach Boys and talking to him briefly about that. So Paul worked with them as a tag team. It was clear to me, and I overheard them. That dressing room was only the size of a freaking bathroom, hardly. So anybody that had a conversation in that locker room, you heard it. And I overheard an amazing conversation with Bruno and Nikita. Nikita Koloff was on one of those shows.
Okay.
And I'm trying to remember who Nikita worked. Oh, Lord. Anyway, he was, you can check that, but he was there. And Bruno and he were sitting on a bench right by me. And Bruno was talking to him about Ivan Koloff.
Okay.
And just, when back in the 71, when we both had our speed and our strength and Nikita was just, going, oh yeah, right. I was right there for that. That was one of those pinch me moments because again, it was the childhood hero from when I'm 5 years old. And I'm overhearing this conversation. I'm not trying to. I mean, I'm literally just sitting in the locker room with other people, and they're sitting there having this conversation. It was crazy. That was a cool moment. I just brought that to mind. But yes, Eddie Miranda, exactly. And he was on that NWF show that I was at, but I don't remember that Larry was there, so I don't think they teamed then. But I knew that they were a team. Okay.
Tony also says that was nice of Todd Gordon. Not sure what that was about.
Many things were nice.
There you go.
Yeah, and again, like I said, I can only talk of my experience, but I have nothing bad to say about that gentleman. Only Only thanks and gratitude from my end.
Tom Mishnick says Charlie Fulton passed away in 2016.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, he was not a young man really, even when I saw him at that tryout, and that
Wow.
was again. I think that was um, 1988 or so. So yeah, he was an older, he was an experienced cat even then.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Purious Wrestling says, "Hey guys." Tony says 911 was Al the Sledgehammer. I think you may have also wrestled. Wait. I think you also. You have also.
Tombstone. I think he was Tombstone in WCW,
Okay.
maybe.
Tombstone, Awesome Al, and one of the Motor City Madman, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so that I referenced. Wow, this is 4 hours ago, but I referenced Mike Moore, who is a 6'6", something like that, huge guy. He was known as the Motor City Madman when he did his gimmick for Ted Turner. So
that was WCW.
Yeah, so maybe they actually had Al and him team. I'm not sure, but I know Al went there also after he did his 911 with us. Went there for a minute, and I think they called him Al Tombstone or Tombstone Al, or maybe just Tombstone. But yeah, they both ended up there brief periods of time. But Mike Moore was known as the Motor City Madman.
I remember the Motor City Madman. I think like on a Clash of Champions or something.
Yeah.
I remember him getting clotheslined by whoever he was working, and they showed it in slow motion, and it looked so bad because it was a good like 2 foot before contact, and he was already like halfway down the black bump. Yeah.
I wonder if it was like Goldberg or somebody that he had the job to.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But
I remember it looked really bad.
But I worked out with him, when he came to Ringmasters. So that was why he came to mind as one of the guys that had a bit of a name, that visited us down there.
Was Chris Evans a Monster Factory guy? I remember him. Do you remember anything about him?
Not much. I think he had may have had a mohawk, which is neither here nor there, maybe. But
his name pops up a lot on these interviews.
Yeah, he was one of Larry Sharp's guys. He was on that. I'm pretty sure he was on that '93 show that we did, the co-promote between Todd and Dennis.
Yeah.
And Dennis also was always very nice to me. Again, you'll get a million different opinions on him, every which way, but always nice to me. And in fact, I remember being on I don't know that it was your show, but I was on some kind of show out in Westchester, late 90s, where I wrestled against Joe Rules. Remember Joe Rules?
Yeah.
Okay. He was at ECW for a cup of coffee too. And I think maybe he trained. Boy, I should know this.
He trained at the school.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But he ended up becoming a promoter in Jersey and running a federation. Maybe he still does. But I worked against him at this show. But Dennis was there. Steve Carino was on the show too, and this was before he was with ECW. This is when he was still in working all indies.
I wonder whose show that was.
Was that at Westchester Henderson High School?
Yeah, that wasn't me.
97, 98. But Dennis was there, and I hadn't seen him in a bit. Maybe I hadn't seen him since his thing, when they threw the belt down or whatever. But he came up and he said hello, and he always remembered my name. He goes, "Are they treating you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, they're." But yeah, so he was cool with me always.
Honestly, I always remember Dennis. Like I hung with Dennis a lot, and I always remember Dennis talking very nicely about you.
Yeah, we interacted a number of times, and he was also, and even Sharp, who I don't know why he would remember me, because I'd met him really only that one time at the Monster Factory. Well, twice, I guess, at the tryout, but then also when I visited there with Rebel. And he came in the back at an ECW show early on, maybe 93, something like that. And He goes, "Hey, Donnie." He was another one. He goes, "So your dream came true." It came over. He was another one with the dream came true. I said, "Yeah, man. Thank you." So he was cool with me too.
Let's see. Nick Infanti says, "Hi, folks."
Yo, we used to. Who were the Infantis that
It
wrestled?
was J.R. Ryder.
Right. They were Infantis, and he
Yeah.
had a brother. Didn't he have a brother
Yeah.
Frank, maybe, or something? I
I
don't know.
think Frank might have been the father.
Yeah. You
But
know,
Wyatt, his brother was Wyatt.
oh, okay. But I remember training with them. Remember the briefly, and I think it was you. We had a ring that was in the back of a gym
That was my school
off of
down in
McDade.
McDade Boulevard. Yeah.
Yeah, and that place where like you could barely stand up in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I remember training in there a
Yeah.
few times.
Harley Lewis ran the gym out front, and I had the ring in the back.
Okay. And
Yeah.
I remember Glenn. I remember
Yeah.
Osborne was there, and Steve Carino. I remember working out with
Reno
him.
would come down, and we everybody
I
used
think
to come.
even
Richard
Stevie
used to
was
come
there.
down.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
We
Wow.
trained Nate Hatred there, and yeah,
Rest his soul too.
yeah,
Really.
another one.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that place in forever.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun there.
It was cool. Frankie, I remember Frankie being there all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah. Namoli.
times, good
Cody.
time, good time.
Santa Claus. Yeah, I know. Hey, Frank, if you get to see this, I know all about your Santa
Oh,
gimmick.
believe me, he's watching too.
You do a great. He's yeah.
He is Santa Claus.
Yeah, I love that guy though. And he never let me forget. One time we were working a match, probably for you. I was wrestling him, and I think I picked him up for a back to belly, and Frank had some volume to him, and
Nice way to put it.
yeah, and I say that now as a fellow voluminous guy, and I had trouble getting him up, or at least I wasn't expecting him to be as heavy as he was. Anyway, so I got him over, and he immediately says something to me as we're getting up. He goes, "Yeah, thanks, Taz," or something. He made some funny comment. I almost broke character. It was good.
Funny.
Yeah.
All right, so Tony Brand says Buck Robley was tight with Bruiser Brody. He was a huge booker and star in the South, and was actually booker in World Class for a short time.
Oh, okay. I don't know much about him except that I know that Joey Maggs used to talk about him a lot, and apparently worked under him for a period of time in one of those southern territories. And I know it was not Memphis. It wasn't close to the coast, so I think it was something a little further in. I don't know, Mississippi, or I don't know, but I'd heard the name in magazines and whatnot, but not a lot. And then Joey used to talk about him quite a bit. So, yeah, cool. Thank you.
Donnie Allen stayed with ECW until 97, 98. No, Donnie Allen stayed with ECW until the very end.
Yeah, I was still going to shows in 2000. Yeah, I just wasn't. You didn't see me, really.
Yeah.
That's all. I was still in the back and still available for whatever duty. There were a couple things. I worked. For some reason, there was a Sabu versus Van Dam match, and they asked me to be the timekeeper. It was supposed to be a 30-minute Iron Man or something,
Okay.
and I had to. They wanted me to sit at ringside and legit timekeep it, and I had to signal. And Fonzie was involved, obviously, and I had to signal those guys, for real. And then they did an extra 5 minutes. The thing is, I didn't carry a watch with me, and before I had a cell phone, where you could do the time. So I had to borrow a watch. Who did I borrow a watch from? Tammy Sitch, who lent me this beautiful gold thing, and she said, "If you let anything happen to this, I swear to God." I'm like, "No, I promise." But I was actually scared to let something happen to it, and I'm out there at ringside at the arena, using her little watch to keep time.
That's hysterical.
Crazy. Yeah, true story there. But that was very random. But I was there, so they needed somebody to do it, and people still kind of knew who I was at that point a little bit. So I did that. Trying to remember if I did, and then still some run-ins and whatnot, but nothing. I didn't work any matches after, like I said, after '97. I don't believe that I worked any. I did some gimmick thing where Shane Douglas challenged anybody to come out from the back, which is the second time I did that with him. We did it with Ernie in the early '90s too, which you might have seen in your review, where Ernie and I came out. But in '97, I think, or '98, he did that again, and I came out, and eventually, like he did away with a few of us, and then eventually Scorpio or somebody came out. But anyway, so yeah, I was there. Joey Maggs was around. Oh, I see that note. I can read these a little bit. Joey Maggs was around forever. Yeah, he was a good hand. He was short, but he looked like he was one of those guys that you look at and go, "That looks like a pro wrestler to me."
Yeah,
He wasn't muscle bound, but he was a thick, guy, solid guy, and probably his height worked against him, ultimately. But a good worker, And I learned he didn't spend much time with me. He just kind of took my money, and but that being said, it was an opportunity that I got, so I was happy for that. Yeah.
All right, Attila's Gym is still around. They made headlines during initial throes of COVID for openly defying restrictions. Oh,
okay. How about that? Yeah. I can still picture the two guys that ran it. In fact, the one guy who ran the place got involved in an angle in the San Martino match that he had. I forget if it was him and Nikolai. Probably was. And the guy from the gym, who was a big dude, but not a wrestler of any kind, he came in and got involved and took a wooden chair to the back as part of it because he wanted to be involved. And that was that Wildwood Catholic High School show that I was on for the Joey Maggs Federation or whatever it's called. I don't know.
Donnie Allen's first show with ECW was April 25th, 1992, which was my 22nd birthday at Tabor Youth Association.
I guess that's possible. But, I mean, whatever the first ECW show was, I'm sure I was there, and I had to have been on it.
The very first ECW show was at the bar.
Okay. I'm sure I was there, but you might very well be correct, Mr. Infante. And either way, I wish you a happy belated birthday and a happy birthday to come on April 25th, 2024. I'm glad we're both still alive and here to talk about that. But I certainly remember working at Tabor many times. That was one of our regular haunts for a while. I'm thinking Larry got that because that was right up near where he lived, but I'm not sure.
Attila's is on Pacific Avenue, though not New Jersey.
Oh, okay. I don't know why New Jersey Avenue stuck in my head, but yeah, I'm sure that's correct.
Going back to Tabor, Tabor was an old building that Joel used to run. That's how they got that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the timeline escaped me there, but I know it. But it was near Larry's neighborhood. I'm pretty sure he lived there.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Tony says, Donnie, did you ever appear with the Savoldis in IWCCW?
No. I didn't meet a Savoldi. I met someone from Parsippany, New Jersey, which I remembered being the hometown of Angelo Savoldi, who was an ancient worker even when I was a little kid that I used to see on TV. Mm-hmm. And I think he was the dad of Jumpin' Joe Savoldi, who worked with IWCCW. Or maybe even his grandfather, possibly. But I saw Angelo Savoldi live in a match in a battle royal at the Philadelphia Arena when I was a little kid at 45th and Market Street in Philadelphia. And I just remember looking at him and go, that guy looks way too old to be in in the ring. He was a famous wrestler. Angelo Savoldi
Yeah.
was a young, like in the 30s or 40s, was a top lightweight, wrestler. But by the time I saw him in the 70s, I guess it was, he was really old. He was no Mike Jackson. No Mike Jackson, that dude from down south that's like 70 something, and he still gets in the ring and walks the top
Oh.
rope. Does
Oh yeah. Okay.
you know what I'm talking about? He used to be
Yeah.
on WCW.
Yeah.
He used to be on TBS back in the day. You'd see him. Action Mike Jackson. Yeah, he
Action
still
Mike
works. I don't know how often, but he still works.
How fitting to talk of Davey O'Hannon on St. Patrick's Day. Looks like he grew up in Jersey, so he just might have been in town,
Mhm.
slumming down the shore as we all do.
There you go. He was another one of these old school, guys. And in fact, the story of that night, I haven't thought of this stuff since then. Dick Worley refereed his match, and him and Dick, were doing a little back and forth stuff. And Worley, who was an ex-boxer, actually, and I'm sure it was by accident, I hope, clipped him in the nose, and O'Hannon's nose was bleeding. And in the locker room afterwards, they were like stuffing his nose up with cotton and stuff because I don't know if he broke his nose, but him and Worley were doing the back and forth ref thing, and Worley clocked him in the nose.
I didn't know Worley was a boxer, but now that you said that, I can picture that because of the way his nose looked like it had been broken a few
Oh
times.
yeah, he was absolutely. He also
Wow.
he worked at the Old Sun Ship Company. He told us.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
He
yeah,
was a great guy.
he was a boxer, and he was the one referee that you really could take seriously back then, because a lot of the other ones were old holdover guys that had been around forever, and they weren't in shape, and they couldn't move around the ring. Worley looked like somebody who knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
To me as a kid,
Mike Bruno was an Attila's tool.
Oh no, is that Tool or was that Attila's 2?
Oh, I thought it was Tool.
This print is so small on my phone. But
Yeah, right?
yeah. I would
That's
never say
funny.
Michael Bruno was a Tool. Now Joe may think Mike's a Tool.
Yeah, coming from
But-
Zanoli, I thought
Yeah.
it said Tool. So,
No, man, me.
hey, Mike, I love you,
Yeah, absolutely.
but you are a Tool. Mike. I just had to say.
He. I don't remember whether I met him first at Attila's. I don't specifically recall that, but it is possible that he was there. My first memory of him is from Ringmasters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. DJ Plays Favorite says hello.
Yo, thanks for watching.
Mike Moore was the Motor City Madman, and I think 911 teamed with him as the Motor City Madmen.
Okay, that makes some sense. Two humongous humanoids of those two.
Yeah, right. Donnie was a bump machine.
Oh, I took a decent bump back in the day. I used to love doing. I mean, I love taking a good, solid back bump. It was all the other ones that were trouble. But and I took and I can see it when I watch myself. I didn't do it consciously, but I tried to emulate the bumps that I saw on Florida Championship Wrestling, which to me looked different. The WWF stuff, guys would get hit and it just didn't look right. And in Florida, there was as Triple H always likes to talk about, the snap, right?
Yeah.
The snap when you get hit and you register it. I like that snap in the same way that you talk about a snap suplex.
Mm-hmm.
I like that snap in a bump, unless it was a different kind of bump where you're tipsy, the tipsy kind of bump, and you're teetering, and then that's different, or a flare face flop, different deal. But I'm talking about somebody gives you the kind of shot, and you go down like a shot, and hit that mat with some aggression,
Mm-hmm.
and you do a little twist, even there's like a little sideways twist to it. I don't know that I'm describing it well, but I saw myself do it in the ring, and I know I never even really thought about it. I was just emulating what I saw on the Southern in the southern rings with those workers that I admired so much and the way they took those bumps. So
Tom says 127.90 was the first McGonagall show.
perfect. Okay. So my training with down at Mag's place was started the summer of '89. I was right. And Joey Maggs was even on that first McGonagall show, Wrestling Rebel. Now that I think about it, because I think they sold that match to Joe as, hey, we've been training down at Joey's school or whatever, so we'll give you a good match, we'll work together or whatever. Yes, so summer of '89 was when I started in Wildwood, and it continued into the fall and winter, and then that's when the transition happened to Ringmasters.
All right. Joe says, I thought down the line it would be revealed Johnny O was an Osborne and then do a deal with Glenn.
Yeah, well, we all knew that he was supposed to be an Osborne, but I don't know that it ever got across to the fans that way.
See, I thought it was. Because I remember it was like in the programs, but I don't ever remember doing a gimmick or anything with it.
I'm not even. Did they ever even team? I don't even remember seeing them as a tag team.
Yeah, I don't know.
What was the point of them being brothers if they were just going to go their own separate way anyway?
Right.
Kind of weird. But I don't know.
Big Hoss and Chief Thunder Mountain started out as a team.
Really? Wow. This guy.
I remember seeing that in the magazines. Yeah.
Okay. Well, like I said, I met Hoss more than once. He actually helped me try to fix my car one night when I had a problem outside the arena with my old Bronco transmission. I don't even know if he was on the show. He might have just been visiting. I don't remember him wrestling. I don't remember him wrestling for ECW, but he was certainly on that WWA or whatever it was, that Dennis thing down in Ocean City that I got to be a part of. He was a good guy. He was a good guy. Reminded me of Vader or somebody like that. He had that kind of bear. Yeah.
Did you appear with Big Hoss and Moore at Tri-State or WWA?
Never appear with Moore. Just was in the ring with him at Ringmasters at the TWA training facility, and the appearance with Big Hoss was on the Music Pier in Ocean City, which I'm pretty sure was a WWA show. What I also remember about that one is Hot Body brought the pit bulls out on leashes. That was another cool thing about that. I didn't know those guys. That's where I think I met them maybe for the first time there, or I might have met Gary prior, but I don't think so. But yeah, that was it. They came out from the back, and Hot Body, who was dressed as if he was working, but he was almost like managing them, and they started before him, so it's possible that that's what he was doing. He might have been like their manager or something, but he brought them out on dog collars on leashes. So
what was it like working with Sal Balomo in ECW?
Awesome. We did two matches that ended up on TV, and then one other one that no one has seen, although there's a tiny bit of footage of it at one of the Todd's Variety Club camp benefit shows, or free shows that we would do for the kids up at the camp. Worked with him up there. Yeah, he was great. Sal was a professional, I mean, had the pedigree and all the places he had traveled and worked overseas and for WWF and whatnot. He was a pro.
Like adjusting my noticing my banner is
okay.
Becoming uneven.
Yeah, I can't tell. My eyes are starting to go buggy at this point anyway. So
let's see. Didn't Donnie Allen help ECW to get on TV? I think Todd Gordon said that Donnie was working for Sports Channel at the time. No.
I was working for Comcast, and I was not like my Comcast work. I was a guy, in an office that people came in and complained about their bill, or came in and threw their cable box at and said this piece of crap doesn't work, or I mean, that I was a customer service person. What I might have done, and again, I don't remember the timeline, but I do believe that I had already known Todd from TWA when somehow somebody let it be known to us that they wanted to do an interview with one of our customers about pay-per-view or something. There's some kind of weird connection. And I said, and I think I might have hooked Todd up with that because I already knew him and I knew that he lived in the area,
Right.
and was a customer of the cable company. And so I think I led whoever this was that wanted to do the news story on him to Todd. And they did some kind of interview with him. Might have even been on the local news about ordering wrestling on pay-per-view or something. I have to ask him if he remembers because it's very vague in my mind. But I did not help them get on Sports Channel. But like I was saying, I was able to see that those tapes were being shown and were also going to the local access channels at the different. Every area had a different local access channel. South Philly had one. There was one on the main line. One in Bucks County, and they were related but independent at the same time, so they could run unique shows for the area. And they used to show those early Chestnut Cabaret shows, and maybe some from the Sports Bar too, I guess, on there.
The Devious One, wasn't that from Mr. Fiji?
Mr. Fuji.
Fuji.
Yeah. Yes, they called him the Devious One. They sure did. Again, it was not my doing, but that got adopted for me, and I never, said anything about it. It just happened. I know Bob Artis used to introduce me also as the Devious One, so I guess I'm the American Devious One, as opposed to the Asian Devious One. How about that? Yeah, I didn't. It wasn't my idea, but I happily went with it.
Donnie was Mr. 500.
True.
Mr. 499.
Yeah.
Or as the T-shirt said, 4 effing 99.
Right. This is true. This is true. I got somebody help me put that together. That shirt.
Nancy was just a sweetheart. Got to chat with her in her ECW times.
Yeah. Agreed. That's sad to think about.
Not enough good words are said for Bob and Lex, and that's so true.
Let's say some more. I don't know what else I can say. Solid, awesome people that love the business, love the sport, and the people that work in it, and helped any place they were was a better, any locker room they were in was a better locker room because they were there. And
any place they go, whether it's wrestling or not, is a better place.
I think, yeah, absolutely. We traveled many places together, many road trips to and from shows, and it's good memories.
Donnie, this is from Name Not Important. Donnie, the interview that we needed.
Oh my God, I don't. Yeah, if anyone finds any of this interesting, I'm surprised and happy.
He's a machine. Oh, there you go. Veronica was married to Rex King / Timothy Well.
Oh, right. Okay. I remember Well Done and Rex King, right?
Was it? No, that's it. Rex King and Well.
Right. Well, it was called Well Done. One of the guys was from Portland. Maybe they both were. I think they were from Portland territory. Steve Dunn, maybe.
That's it. I think Don was in the first match on ECW TV. No, that was me.
You're right. My thing was I was in the first match ever at the arena.
Oh,
And that was shown on TV, but it was not the first match ever
Yeah.
shown on TV. Yeah, I defer to my colleague on that one.
The thing, Gino Caruso,
Yeah, Gino Caruso.
and Kodiak Bear came in when it was ECW, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that was the early ECW. They had come in.
I remember specifically them being at the Chestnut Cabaret, one of those shows. We did a few there.
Yeah, 'cause we had worked Kodiak. We had worked Kodiak at the Cabaret and also for the pilot at the Kensington Club or whatever that was.
Okay, right. He was there. He was at a few.
Kodiak. They had teamed him up with the Canadian Wolfman, and the Cosmic Commander was managing him.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. I remember. Well, Dudley, of course, I remember.
Yeah. Kodiak Bear wrestled a few times in ECW. He wrestled Sandman for the ECW title. Yeah, I think that was like early TV. Yeah.
Wow. I don't remember that, but sure. He was a good hand, I think. He knew.
Yeah, he was. He was a really nice guy too.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry, my first yawn. You've already got a bunch in before I did.
Yeah.
So. It's been a long week. I work Friday night and Saturday night, and usually Sundays I'm dead to the world. So, like the Undertaker, I have risen.
He rose to do this. Let's see. Donnie Allen and Mr. X versus the Hell Riders happened on October 22nd, 1993.
Ooh, okay. It's even a bit later than I thought.
Wow.
Yeah,
because
weren't you were still around for that?
I think that date's wrong. I think it's 92.
Yeah, something tells me it was the year prior.
Yeah. Because at that point Gilbert in 93, Gilbert was in. Actually, Gilbert was already gone, I think, by that.
By October, yes, he was. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's 92.
Right. I did, and I remember October 93. I worked a couple of shows. We were in Maryland, and we did some other stuff. And I remember I had a rib injury that I was nursing. I did tape my ribs up, and I still worked. It was not the Neshaminy thing with you. That would have had to have been the year before.
ECW Terror.
The month is probably right.
Yeah. ECW Terror at Tabor. Tanaka and Diamond defeat Donnie Allen and Mr. Hughes.
Okay. So why am I thinking that was part of a pilot, though? I'll have to look that one up.
Yeah.
They never. I was always hoping I could get a hold of that tape, but it was never used. It wasn't used on TV except for a little bit of a highlight of Mr. Hughes beating me up, I think. But I was a big fan of Tanaka, he was a nice guy. For some reason, he always remembered me. Maybe because we did work together that one time, but he came back for a minute to ECW a few years later, and I went over to say hello, and he goes, Donnie Allen. Like, he remembered me, which I thought was crazy because we had only met briefly. But I was a big fan of his work. I always enjoyed watching him. And he was another guy that was like almost my size, so I enjoyed that.
Davey Boy Smith defeats the Masked Superstar in ECW. Does anyone know who was under the mask for that match?
It was not Bill Eadie. That I know. It was not the real Masked Superstar. Not sure at that point. Could it have been Doug or AJ? Maybe.
I was just going to say, was it AJ?
It's possible.
I gotta write that down because I'm trying to get those guys on here.
Gosh, the last time I saw AJ was at Larry Winter's funeral.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Write my little page of notes here. Let's see. Don E. for the FBI.
Not sure exactly what that means, but
we were talking about surprised you weren't full time with BWO.
Oh, okay. All right, I got you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I could. I'm sure we could have figured something out to do with the FBI. I thought JT was great with that, and of course, you know, Tracy Smothers, who was what a piece of work that guy was. Great
Right.
guy, great guy. He was funny and a great worker. I thought.
Mhm.
I mean, everybody thinks. I don't. I'm not unique there. Everybody thought he was great.
Twisted Steel and Sex
There
Appeal.
you go.
All right, Johnny Martello, my buddy Johnny. All right, what's up, brothers? We have two legends on the screen right now.
Yikes.
Right?
Well,
Where?
thank you, sir. Right.
I love the fact that you guys
I'm
work
old.
for the love of the business.
Oh, that's true for me. You know, I literally have answered questions like that many times to people. You know, if especially if they watch something where I'm getting beat on or whatever, they say, "Why would you even do that?" Because if you're not into wrestling, it doesn't make sense. Like a normal person can't make sense of this.
No.
And yeah, it absolutely is for love. And I also have said before, but I'll say it again. It's not so much I hate to say for love of the business because I didn't make a living doing it.
Right.
And although the industry, of course, is important to
Which
me because
more make
without it,
it might make it more for love of the business because you didn't make a living from it.
maybe. But to me, I love the art of it, the sport of it,
Hmm.
the all of that. The business end of it, I'm not particularly fond of, and I'm not. Although I understand it, I'm not one that follows the ratings and the
Yeah.
what are the quarter hour ratings? Oh, Raw did better than Nitro, and or now AEW. They're looking at people look at the business end of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And and the thing about and the nasty part of the business, like, hey, and not so much anymore, but back in the day, hey, if you're hurt, somebody else is going to take your spot, and this and that. You know that reality of it, and of course what it and what it did to people in terms of helping to foster addiction and this and that because of people having injuries and being in pain, and they're the painkillers, and here's the alcohol. And first of all, you can't entirely blame the business on that, but that part of it, that's the part I think of as the business part of it, as
Hmm.
opposed to the joy of performing and the and the art of doing it well. That's the part that I love. The part where it was harmful to people, or people had you know bad experiences because of the way business has been conducted over the years. That I'm less a fan of. Just like in the music biz, I'm not a fan of that part of it. I realize you can't have one without the other, I guess, but you know I like the art part, not so much the business part.
Does Don have 8x10s he could sign?
I do still have some. They were actually done in the mid to late 2000s when my in ring stuff was starting to wind down. But I do. They're nice color 8x10s, and I have yet to go through all of those. So if somebody wants one, we can absolutely get them one.
Where, before I even go further, we just have a little bit to go. Best way for us to have people get a hold of you?
Right now, because I actually have a music website that we don't really update, and it has a thing where you can sign up for a mailing list, but it seems like no people have told me they've tried to sign up and it hasn't worked. So we can give an email address that if people want to reach out, they can, and I will get back to them. Um, I need to decide which one I want to use. So that
Or
might
they
take
can
a minute.
contact me and I can put
Well,
people.
for now, yeah, but I'll have you let them know, and
Okay.
God willing, I'll actually have a page or a site that you can go to, and we'll be able to do messages and that sort of thing. So it is coming. It's got to happen. It will happen.
It is well past due.
Yeah.
I love it. I love when I get on TV, laugh out loud. Well, who
Oh,
doesn't?
okay. Well, and here you are. Well, I'm
Yeah,
not
right.
TV. You're on YouTube. That's even
You're on
better.
YouTube. Exactly. You got airtime.
Yeah.
Let's see. He's a machine. Nova did an RF shoot saying he wanted to do Jackson 5 with the BWO. Everyone would be wearing blackface except for Michael. Paul turned it down.
Yeah,
I'm shocked he turned it down.
that idea was floated. That idea was floated. Um, I don't know if I would have been asked to be involved, nor do I know who I would have been. I'm guessing I would have been Randy,
Was
probably.
it Tito, Randy?
Well, Randy was the youngest, and
Okay.
so I'm guessing that would have been me, just because I'm the little guy. But yeah, that never happened. We did have some fun, aside from the actual thing that you saw in the ring. Some people may remember that we also did a couple promos that I was involved with, including one that we literally did in front of the arena at like 4 or 5 in the morning after the show, because people that know that that's when promos got done often. um, and it made for very long days and very long nights. But
Right?
anyway, and usually it wasn't an issue for me because I wasn't anybody that needed to ever do a promo. But in that case, they wanted me. So here we are, still in makeup, still in gear. It's 4 in the morning. And we did some kind of thing where we all had to pile into a car that came speeding by the arena and then take off. It exists somewhere. I haven't seen it in years, but that video is around somewhere.
It's funny because I hated those nights. Like there would be nights that we would be stuck at the arena because he wanted to do all the promos at the arena,
Yeah.
or he would do so many there and then say, "All right, we're going to do the rest at the Travel Lodge." But I hated those ones we were stuck at the arena because I knew I was missing all the fun of the Travel Lodge.
Yeah, that was no issue for me, but I hear you. It just made for a long freaking day, especially for guys that had worked. I mean that night that we did the angle. I mean, I didn't really wrestle. I got hit with a cane a bunch of times, but other than that, so you know. But if you worked and you really were out there sweating and getting beat up, and then had to just sit around in your gear for
Yeah.
hours, A, waiting to get paid sometimes, and B,
Mhm.
you know, B, waiting to do your promo. It was tough. Yeah.
All right, the Donnie Allen WCW job match. The guy's name was Don Allen, and he had blonde hair.
Oh, okay. So maybe that was the other guy, but it was definitely not me. Definitely
Mhm.
not me. I haven't had bleached blonde hair since the '80s.
MS69. I remember it. Who was the boxer? Damon Feldman. We discussed that.
Right. Yep. Sure
Uh,
was.
Got to go back to work. Can't wait for my second break to see the beginning of this. Well, hurry up and get on break.
Thanks, man. Thanks for watching.
Johnny Martello. I watched all 5.5 hours talking about Stevie Wonderful's
Oh,
interview.
okay. Dang. I will. Sometimes with those real long ones, I'll actually put it on loud in the background and then like be in the kitchen eating or something. But I'll be able to follow it that way. So.
Well, and this is why Bay is the best at interviewing people. Johnny, thank you.
Mm.
But the funny thing is, most people you hear people just want short and
Mm-hmm.
but people been like messaging me and commenting like crazy. They love these marathon interviews that we're doing.
You don't have to watch it all at once, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's kind of like a timepiece, time cap. That's what I keep saying. Like I'm creating a time capsule of ECW here for everybody.
Right. And I had no, at 5 of 8, I had no idea how long this was going to go, and I had nothing
No,
planned. I had nothing. I'll tell you what I actually thought of to do at the beginning, and I chickened out. But I was that as soon as you greeted me, I was gonna say, well, first, I'd like to thank Triple H for this wonderful opportunity to be inducted. Oh, shit. Wrong. Sorry, wrong broadcast.
uh,
I should have, but I didn't.
when are you going into the WWE Hall of Fame?
Right, there you go. So that's
There you Was Donnie in ECW during the TNN years? And if so, what is his opinion on said years?
yeah, because that was in the within the couple of years before it ended. I,
Hmm.
I thought the show on TNN didn't accurately portray the coolness of the product. That was what was kind of missing from it, and I understand that it probably couldn't because of the demands that were placed upon us by the network
Right.
and so forth. I mean, there were things that we did. I say we, but the Paul and those people who were in Charlie and Ron, the TV, the cameramen and the guys that helped put it together. There were things that they did when it was not mainstream that you couldn't expect to do for the net on the network. So you're trying to convey a product that became popular because it was an alternative to the two big guys. And by the time you are getting that on TV, the things that made it special, you couldn't do as much of.
Hmm.
And although they did do something, I know they did a taping where they tried to do a flaming table thing, but it didn't quite work out the way they wanted. It just wasn't.
It in a similar vein to when Vince did it, a few years later in WWE. It loses something in the translation. It
Yeah.
becomes something different. So you're calling it ECW, but it's not the
It's
same
not.
flavor, right? So that's my take on that. I mean, everybody was working just as hard and
Hmm.
trying to make it work, but it didn't have something.
Any chance of getting those albums anywhere, as
Wow.
in yours?
Thank you, first of all. For a bunch of years, you could get them on Amazon because they were out in the world, and some people bought, like wholesale distributors or somebody bought them, and then they would sell stuff like that on Amazon for not much money. I don't know that you can find them now. I still have copies of them, and once there's a way for me to connect with you, then I'm sure I can get them to you. Once I have online streaming and all that kind of stuff set up, for the old stuff like that, it's likely I'll just put them out there, for people to hear. If they want a physical copy with the cover and all the liner notes and all that stuff, you know, I still have many of those on CD that I'd
Dude,
be
you
able to.
gotta put that stuff. Just throw it up there on Spotify and stream it.
Sure, go ahead, Bing, throw it up there for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to do it, but somebody knows, and I'm going to get somebody to do it. I
Dude,
just have to.
I'll figure it out. Like, I was
I'm so
dabbling in managing bands and stuff like that. I'll figure it out. And
I'm
give
so
me a
proud of
couple
myself
days.
for the couple of things I figured out how to do. How to do this, what we're doing. I'm Barry Horowitz in myself,
There you go.
right? And I somehow learned how to do something with an MP3 or something on. I don't know, but yeah, it's just I don't know. My brain has an issue with that.
Jerry is into bands like Guar, but he's a great guy.
Right, Guar. Actually, I wrestled with a guy from Guar. I can't tell you much about this.
I kind of remember like one of them was in wrestling.
Yeah, in the early 2000s,
Yeah.
and it was one of the shows that it was either Chris Sutton or Damon Feldman or maybe some combo was involved in. This guy came up from, I don't know if he's from Delaware or Virginia, but he came from some distance, and supposedly he was in Guar,
Guar, yeah.
but he also wanted to be a wrestler, and he was very lightly trained, shall we say, and so they put him in a battle royal or something. That's all I can tell you about it, but that I do remember that and meeting that guy, and I knew about the band, but I wasn't a fan or anything.
Thoughts on the Travel Lodge and any memories from there?
I don't really have any. I really don't. I had to go pick up Sabu there one night, um, for some reason, and I know that I went there for somebody to get somebody else one night, and they weren't there. I remember that. I do. I mean, this is slightly off that topic, but maybe it's interesting to somebody because I don't have good travel lodge stories. Um, I once had to go pick up Sid Vicious at the airport and bring him to the arena in the middle of a show. He was late getting in, and they only needed him to do a run out and chokeslam somebody through a couple of tables, and that was his whole thing, right? And they sent me and Andy Weinberg, who
Okay.
worked for years,
Sure.
for the office, shall we say, and a great guy. We often were paired together to go and run some of these errands if they
Right.
needed two people. So he and I went in my SUV, where of course I have the seat set for the midget that I am, and we go to pick up poor Sid, who's like 6'8".
You had like a little Explorer, didn't you?
Well, at that point it was an Explorer, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not a little car per se,
You had,
and of
you had
course,
a two-door Explorer when they used to do two-door ones.
say again.
Didn't you have a two-door Explorer?
This might have maybe. I've been through a bunch of SUVs because I always needed something to carry band equipment. I've never had a normal person car, and so we pick up Sid, and we had to, before he got in, we had to do the chair, do the seat on the passenger side to try to give him a little bit of leg room, and even then it was not enough. And I'm apologizing to him. That's okay, and we drive him to the arena, and he walks in the back, and Paulie is like, "Okay, you're on." Like, he literally walked in, and they want him to go right out. So he's in jeans and a shirt. Takes his shirt off. Says, "Has anybody got a bottle of water?" Give him a bottle of water. Pours the whole bottle of water over his head. And within like a minute of getting there with him, he's out. And I don't even think they told him what he was doing. Maybe they told him beforehand, and he went out and did the gimmick, and somehow there were tables set up outside, and he chokeslams the guy, and that was it. People went nuts. Yeah, but so I had to give him a ride in the old vehicle. I think we asked him about softball because that was always the deal with him, that
Right.
he wasn't really that much into his wrestling career. He'd rather play softball.
Yeah.
And he was in all kinds of leagues and stuff. So he was nice guy.
That's it's funny because I come across all these like clips of his interviews and all now, and he seems like the nicest guy.
Yeah, and you know what? I also spent a little time with him in the dressing room when we did a pay-per-view in Asbury Park. Might have been 97, 98, maybe. Guilty as Charged, I think it was called.
Okay.
And he was on that show, and we we're in one of the small dressing rooms for some reason. He and I and a couple other people, and spent some time chatting with him. Trying to remember who he worked. I can't. It might have been Masato Tanaka or something. Anyway, yeah, he was always cool with me.
This is the first time I've ever said this about an interview. I watched Stevie's interview, and when it was done, I knew him personally.
Wow. There you go.
Nice. Do you know Johnny personally now? That's the question.
Yeah. Well, my favorite color, hey, ask anything you want. If I can answer, I will.
Bay knows this. I stayed there last time I was in Philly just because it was the Travel Lodge.
Well, I don't know if anyone would stay there by choice. But
and the DNA remains.
Not just yours.
No.
I must say.
Multiple.
Yeah, well, hey.
Hundreds, thousands.
What it was.
I actually have a pair of Big Al's boots, and yes, they are big. Laugh out loud.
Jeez. He was cool. My favorite thing about Al was, well, it certainly wasn't taking choke slams, was the way occasionally his whole family would show up at the arena, and it was like the Pied Piper. Here comes Al, and behind him he had like 9 or 10 kids. He had a
Wow.
huge family, and God bless her, his little wife. And when sometimes he would bring them all, and they would just trail in behind him. And you're like, really? They're all his kids, and they were. Yeah,
That's
I
crazy.
forget what the exact number is, but it was a lot,
How
more than
though?
one.
I mean, how perfect was that whole gimmick? Like the music, the like I could just picture like his quick run to the ring,
Yep.
step over the top rope, come in, boop, zoom, choke slam,
Yep.
sell it to the crowd, bang, and done. It was
Yeah.
perfect.
I don't know. I'm sure it's out there. I don't know whose initial idea that was. I know the first time that he was at the arena, he was seconding Sabu, and his deal was that
Oh, did he?
he
Yeah,
wheeled Sabu in, and Sabu was tied to a cart or something,
yeah, yeah.
and that was, and they needed this big guy to control him because Sabu was out of control.
Right.
So that was the initial. Who came up with the 911 thing?
Hmm.
I don't know, but lightning in a bottle, genius.
That's it.
Yeah, didn't work so great when they needed him to, to try to work matches, which they tried a
Yeah.
couple of times. But I mean, that wasn't where his strong suit was. That's all.
Right. Drake had to retire because of an injury and couldn't wrestle full time, but he brought him back to wrestle Cactus Jack. Yeah, they came in for that one shot against Cactus,
Yeah,
and
and you know something? That was out of all the matches that I attended and was part of. That one night, I could not be at the arena, so I didn't get to see him that night.
hmm,
And I didn't get to. I finally got to see him again when we did the TWA reunions. But
right.
that was the first time, and we had been in touch. We'd emailed a few times over the years. I found an email address that worked for him, and you know we had been in touch a little bit. But the first time I saw him since TWA folded was in 2009 at
Wow.
one of the TWA reunion shows. Yeah, so I missed him at the arena that one night. I had some other commitment. I couldn't be there.
Which, if people have missed, I'm trying to put together this. I have a petition going. I'm trying to put together a whole movement of honoring guys like DC Drake,
Right.
Johnny Hotbody, Tony Stetson, the late great Larry Winters, and Joel Goodhart, because I feel, and Johnny said this to me, or Johnny said on an interview recently, not with me, but somebody else, that they should have each individual banner. Which, yes, they should. I'm trying to let's just get one banner of those guys, because I think it's a little more realistic, and those guys never got to truly shine in
Hmm.
the arena, but I
Right.
feel they deserve their just due. So I have a
Yeah.
petition going. It's on chance.org, and look it up. I've been posting links constantly and will continue to do so. So please sign it, share it, hashtag share, sign and share, and hashtag raise the banner.
Let's do it while we're, everybody's still here and can
Yeah,
enjoy getting, as they say, getting their flowers.
exactly. Uh,
Definitely.
let's see. Paulie won. Paulie wasn't very good to winners, but he was great to Drake.
Okay.
Also that one.
I don't really know too much about their his relationship with Drake, and the deal with Winters has been talked about. And part of that was Larry not wanting to be in a situation, that as it was evolving
Hmm.
with ECW going the way it was going, he thought that was probably not something he wanted to be involved in. I don't think he saw a future for himself there that was something that he was going to enjoy being a part of. That's my take on it.
Yeah.
As an old pro, as a veteran who had been around, he just didn't like the landscape as it was developing. So
Right.
Do I know that for a fact? I don't, but I believe that to be true. And the little bit that I talked to him about it in later years, that was the feeling that I got.
Hmm.
But yeah, we didn't really delve into it. I know sometimes I would see him or I'd talk to him and he'd go, "Oh, you're still in one piece," because he's like, "You stayed there and I didn't," and
Right.
you know,
That's
so
fun.
yeah.
Thoughts on Skull Von Crush?
Wow, Vito, a pro, great worker. I thought we saw him. He worked a match at the bar, the sports bar. I don't know if you remember. He came in. I think he worked Johnny Rod's. I could be wrong. He was one of Johnny's students, and I don't know if he worked Johnny or not. I think he did. Maybe Joel will remember, or one of our other folks, Mr. Genetti. But yeah, he was on. He was definitely on that on one of the bar shows, and then I didn't run into him again until he was later in ECW, late in the game. He was there, and I think probably 98, 99, something like that. And then he moved on. He did some notable work in up in the bigs. I think he did also do a lot of TV enhancement work early on in his career for WWF, I think.
Right.
But just, I didn't really know him personally. I know of him now because uh, the girl that I worked with in ACPW, known as Noelle Harlow, is married to him,
Right.
Becca. And I worked with her a bunch of times. I was in the locker room with her a lot, but I worked with her a few times as she managed some people that I wrestled against in the 2000s. And so I think they met when Vito did a show for that indie group that he was on. He wrestled, I think he might have wrestled Sanjay Dutt, maybe,
Okay.
who's a great guy and a great worker. And then anyway, so they're married, and
Now I didn't realize, like, I had heard the name Skull Von Crush, many years, and actually, I'm 99.9% positive I was there for that show on Bar Wars with Johnny Rods.
yeah,
Um,
but he became Big Vito.
I didn't realize that was Vito.
Yeah, that's his shoot name is Vito LaGrasso. So,
Yeah.
yeah. And they lived for a time around here because they moved somewhere. Becca was from our area, Noelle Harlow, and now I think they're in Florida. Pretty sure.
Okay.
But
Interesting.
she's nice, and he was okay. I mean, I've heard people say different types of things about. He's a different kind of guy, a little bit.
Yeah.
I think like a Taz sometimes, especially back in the day, would rub people the wrong way. That kind of thing, or even Johnny, if he's like you said, says that he's on, why did I act that way towards you or whatever. I mean, it is what it is, but I don't really know Vito too well just to meet him and say hello.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever met either one of them. I know of them and know who they are, but I don't think I've ever met either one of them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hey, if you would have messed up her watch. Oh, hey, if you would have messed up her watch, if you would have gave her some. That's not cool. That's not cool, Johnny.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, it's the whole thing's tragic. Heck, we don't do it, but we all met her way before she was in the business, because if you were around TWA when Chris Candido,
she was coming around with Chris.
Yeah. He was at Ringmasters. More than once. I know that.
Big Hoss was one of the awesome Kongs in WCW.
Really?
Huh.
Now see that I didn't know. Okay, that's cool that he got to do that. Yeah, I had no idea.
Hoss met the other Kong when they were both in Memphis, and Hoss was on the team Meat and Potatoes.
Nice. Nice.
Then Hoss became the second Kong, and they teamed in Global in Texas and with WCW. That's hysterical.
Wow.
Meat and Potatoes.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, right.
Still the best diet. Huh?
Was 911 a legit badass? He always struck me as such.
You know, I don't know how to answer that really. I mean, I never saw him in a bar fight or anything.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know. Sometimes.
I mean, he was a big ass boy. I wouldn't fuck with him.
Yeah, no, of course not. But yeah, I don't know how to. I can't really answer that. I'm afraid.
Yeah. Well, there you go. And that is the last question.
All right. Well, this has been something, man. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
This has been amazing. I can't say thank you enough. It's all of these interviews. You know, all you guys were such vital, important pieces of my life, and all these times have been very important to me too. Because believe it or not, as much time as we did spend together, a lot of these questions just never, we were just in the moment talking about stuff in the moment and not going down the path of everything.
We spent a little bit of time, outside of locker rooms too.
Mm-hmm.
It might have been wrestling related, but it was not where, hey, we just showed up for the show kind of thing. I mean, I remember meeting with you several times. Outside of a show sort of thing. So
absolutely.
Yeah. And we got the Delco thing, we got
the whole Delco connection.
Yeah. So, and Upper Darby. How about that show at Upper Darby? There's one we didn't talk about. Remember we did that show? I remember I'm working this kid who I didn't know. He was not from our area.
Who did you work?
Oh, Lord. It'll come to me. I can picture him. He had a lot of body hair. I can remember that.
A lot of body
but I
hair.
remember, what I do remember is that you were waiting for, I think, Wolfie D and Jamie Dundee to show up. Maybe.
Well, they
or they got there late. Somebody got there late.
So I had booked them, and I booked them for the whole weekend. So I booked them on a double shot. Carluzzo was running in Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was Frank was at Dennis's show, and Dennis put them on early and had to wait for them to get situated, get done, do their match, and then rush to Upper Darby.
Okay.
And then me and Frank had to do our match, and then PG-13 had to do their match. Yeah, so it was a very stressful coordination of.
So we're going to our finish, and we do the finish, and then you come walking out, and I see you going, stretch it. I need you to stretch. I'm like, oh, geez, okay. Now, first of all, it's me, so this is not a guy that's been doing Broadways or anything. And this was still, yeah, right. I remember it like it was yesterday.
That's hysterical.
Seeing you like very casually, like walking from the locker room area toward the
in typical Booker promoter fashion.
Yes. So we did. The next thing you know, I mean, I'm trying to think of stuff to do, and I'm DDTing him on the floor. I'm like, this is ridiculous. What are we doing?
What was it?
It was. I can't remember his name.
From Jersey. It was.
I thought he was from Maryland or Delaware or something.
Oh,
it'll come back to me. I have it on tape. I think I have the official LAW release of it somewhere on a video.
Everybody's got LAW tapes but me.
But you, right? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I'll look, because you know what else? I have that one, and then I have at least one other of yours. Well, I have a couple. I think I have a copy of almost anything that I was on. Did Smart Mark do them? Smart Mark Video?
Initially, it was Smart Mark Video, and then I switched over to and Feinstein was doing them.
Okay. Well, I have that.
Is
I know I
Smart
have
Mark
one.
still in existence?
I don't know. They did the Kapow tapes. I know that.
Right.
But I
Oh,
have
they
a
still
tape
have a
where
website. Okay.
I teamed with I think I teamed with Iggy Rose against Mark Smart and Spitz, I think, on one of your shows, and
Yes.
I have that tape, and the guy, oh, he's such a good guy, and I think he's passed. The short, solid guy from Delaware, I think he was from, who had longish hair, looked kind of like a biker.
Oh yeah,
Nice
John.
guy and his wife.
Yeah.
I can't remember his ring name.
Yeah.
But
John. Yeah.
I think I have a video of me working him from one of your shows. So I have a few of them. But yeah, that Upper Darby one, that does stick out in my mind because we had to keep going. And I think you told us a second time to keep going too, even after like we did a second finish. And then I think we had to keep going a little bit. So that was fun.
It's funny. I'm trying to find results of that. Yeah. No reason.
Jackie Black. Does that
Jackie
sound
Black. Okay, so that's what I thought it was. So Jackie Black was actually Dave Levy, and he was from Al Sharp's school, our Mike Sharp's school up in North Jersey.
So I thought he was from South. He was from North.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yep.
Okay. How about that? Yeah. So that was the.
That's what I thought.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Funny.
Yeah, but I remember that, and I remember shooting baskets in the gym there too at Upper Darby.
Yeah.
I ended up wrestling at Bonner once or twice at a show, not for you.
Okay.
But there's the Upper Darby school connection. And do you remember? Were you involved in the show that? I think this was another Goodhart Carluzzo thing that we did at Bonner.
Tom Robinson.
Oh, that was a Tom Robinson thing.
The one with Cactus and yeah, that was I was still in wrestling school at the time.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I was on that one managing Hot Body against Stetson. Yep. That was the ring that I don't know if it was his ring, but it was set up by Jungle Jim McPherson.
Okay.
If you remember Jungle Jim, he was one of Larry's guys.
Yeah.
And it was the tallest damn ring. There was no way, like even in my youngest days, I could barely get up into that ring off the floor, like to hop up in it. Had to take the steps. That's how tall that freaking thing was. I'll never forget that. And because Johnny took a bump off the ring backwards onto a table, then onto a chair, and then down to the floor or something like that. It was some kind of crazy thing. And I just remember it took forever because the ring was so damn high. It was literally, it was like up here on me. You know?
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. But yeah, that was cool. Bobby didn't wrestle. I remember that.
Yeah.
I think Cornette was there too.
Cornette and Stan. Stan wrestled.
Stan, right. Bobby was hurt or was coming off an injury. And
it was a contract thing. He couldn't wrestle because of his contract.
Oh, okay. I thought he would have been hurt.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and that was my first show, I think, coming back after I got my cast off. So it was before Autumn Armageddon, but not by much.
Yeah.
It was right in that same time window. Yeah.
Crazy. So. Well, Don, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
And we're going to do, as I'm doing all these shows, I'm going to start putting together like little, I don't know, combinations of shows where we have, interactions with multiple at once. And
okay.
Yeah.
You mean live, or you're taking?
Oh yeah, no, I do.
Okay.
I love to
Right.
do these.
So I was
live.
going to say, I mean, if you had, and this would be really time consuming, but you take a certain topic that you've asked different people about and then edit their answers into a new video. So it's like, you know, what did you think about the Slamboree 77? And
Right.
you've asked that question to me and to 5 other people, and then you edit in each person's answer. And you know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah. I understand.
Right. Hey,
And look,
you can
people,
run with that idea if you want.
we're still a couple more questions. Mikey Whipwreck said that he had to borrow Don's tights for his debut match in ECW.
Oh, he 2 of your favorites had to wear the Magic Donnie Allen red shorts. Mikey was one, and the other was Stevie Richards, who needed to borrow them once as well for a show. So
Hysterical.
yeah,
I
yeah,
had no idea.
I am the gear provider to the stars.
He's Benny Crass, Store to Stars.
Benny Crass, Jesus. Yes, so that is absolutely true. I don't know how that story got out, but it is true.
I never heard that one. That's funny.
Yeah,
Isn't it funny how people end up hearing this stuff?
Mikey must have done an interview or
Yeah.
something. Yeah,
He had to.
yeah, he's a good dude too.
Yeah.
I like him. He once we had a singles match once.
That was one I really dug at the arena. They gave us a little bit of time, not a lot, but because it was Mikey, it wasn't a squash, you know.
Right.
And obviously he was going over, but and we actually did a little bit outside.
Which was rare for me to be able to do there, unless somebody just threw me out. But here we were outside, and he threw me over I took a bump over the railing, which was, I think, the only time I ever did that in ECW. And although I fractured my finger, but anyway, that's another part of the story. But it was a cool match, and when it made it to TV, they only showed literally the finish, which was him bulldogging me off the second rope or something. So I was sorry that I never got, not so much that I wanted it to be on TV, but just I'd like to see it.
See the match, yeah.
Because I remember it being a back and forth. You know, it was more than I would ever normally get
Right.
in that building. So it was kind of cool that way. I got a little more later. I worked for Meanie too. 3PW.
Right.
I neglected to mention in the 2000s, I got to work several times for them. That was the one that, well, initially it was him and Jasmine St. Clair, and then
Right.
ultimately it was just him and whatever. There's all sorts of stories about that you can imagine. But
Yeah, of course.
from my perspective, I was given a chance not only to work, they actually had me helping run the locker room for several shows there. And
Oh,
I
really?
was, yeah. Speaking of interactions with people that became big stars, and I was helping
Do promos with AJ Styles and Chris Daniels and Joey Matthews and Low Key. I mean, those shows were populated with those guys. They were already, on the rise, obviously.
but that was like the cream of the East Coast indie, guys. I guess AJ was already in TNA, but like him and Chris Daniels just had those guys are just so good.
Amazing.
And even then, you were like, oh yeah, this is great stuff. But yeah, I helped them put promos together in the back and stuff for a couple of shows, and then another couple of shows I actually just worked. That was one of my famous men versus women matches I had there against April Hunter.
And I didn't book that.
No, you didn't, but I wish you had.
Mm.
But yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. So that was cool. That was a fun. That actually involved Bill Apter too. They did a gimmick where Bill Apter was out there and April started choking them and stuff, and I was supposed to be like a hired hitman to try to take her out. Didn't go so good. All right, I'll shut up.
Isaac Pichardo says, "Hey everyone, Isaac's a good dude."
Hey Isaac, I don't know you, but I'm happy to know you now.
And they heard it from Mikey's interview about the shorts.
Okay, that makes sense. True story for sure.
That's funny. Well, Don, again,
Thank you,
Yeah.
Dan.
thank you.
My people will be in touch with your people, or vice versa.
Don't when I end this, just hang tight because I got to
Oh, okay.
tell you a couple of tidbits before we say goodnight.
Sure.
Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out. We are about to hit the 5 hour mark,
That's crazy.
isn't it?
I'm gonna go have something to eat.
5 hours of Donnie Allen. There you go. How about
More
that?
than anyone could. It's more than I would ever want to have.
These are amazing, though. They really are. And people love it. I love it. I hope you loved it.
Once again, to all my colleagues, former work colleagues, all my best. Hopefully, I'll see you guys all soon. That's Jay Sully. That's Johnny Hotbody. That's Tony Stetson. That's Jimmy Giannetti. That's the boss, Joe Goodhart. Who else? Joey Zanoli. All you guys.
Glenn Osborne.
Stevie, Glenn. Oh, Glenn. Well, Glenn and I, thank you to you. We started emailing again.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Good. And if anybody needs to get in touch with Donnie, if you want to get his music, 8x10s, etc., you can get hold of me, and I'll patch the connections together.
For real.
And we're going to get Donnie on social media.
Yes.
He might be kicking and screaming and singing, but
Yeah,
he's gonna...
I will be singing. That's for sure. Such as it is.
There you go. Because he needs to be on social media.
All right. 2024.
There you go.
Okay.
That's the plan. All right, everybody. Thanks again. Make sure if you haven't done it yet, go sign the petition. Very important. And also go down below and hit subscribe as well. Ring the bell and get all the notifications. We'll be coming back hopefully next Sunday night with another interview. And we'll be back during the week with some React and Chill with Shelby Dudley. Until next time, stay extreme.